Alright, so we can minimize that. Fuck off. Um, 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 that. Um, okay. Let's quickly try this, see if it works. I bet you it won't. Whatever. That's what I wanted to do. Fuck off. Be gone. Uh, how about fuck off? Webpack, Edge. Alright, so it's actually not iCloud that's doing it. So annoying that this doesn't work. Ah, yes, the old favorite. It's fucking shit. Fucking junk. Excellent. Now let's try. We need a new token. That's fucked again. Okay, so iCloud, uninstall. It is uninstalled, you fucking piece of shit. See, it says get. Whatever, who cares? Fuck this shit. Pisses me off though. Hopefully Elden Ring will make me forget about this. Hey, new VZ. How's it going, man? Fucking. Oh, I don't hear my horrible voice. Fucking. Wouldn't you know it, Winks? The bloody iCloud integration just doesn't work on my Windows install. 1 a.m. stream. I know, man. I was gonna start earlier, but I got sucked in setting up my user profile and shit. And then I got annoyed because the iCloud wasn't working, and it should work. Like, there's zero reason it shouldn't work. But apparently, that's a bug. that happens to just lucky people. Um, and I'm one of them. So I'm tempted to reinstall Windows tomorrow to try and fix it, but we'll see how we go. Turn stream up a bit. Can barely hear me. Oh, yeah. There we go. That might be a bit better. Audio. Yeah, I'll show you what it does, man. Oh, you who keeps the shit? Fucking hell. Full screen, please. Oh my god, full screen, please. Still pretty quiet, eh? Hold on. Maybe it's a microphone setting. Uh, Crank that up. Yeah, thanks a fucking lot. Advanced audio properties. Volume percentage. Yeah? What does that do? Does that make it louder? Oh. Oh. Dunno. Microphone. Okay. Microphone. Why is this window like this? Ah, voice. Ah, that's speed. Fuck. Who gives a shit? Turn your game down. I don't know, man. This run's fucking sick though. Maybe you just need to drop the brightness a little bit. Or just brightness. Sweet. The fuck is this? Why the hell do I have this? Oh, it's literally the only sword I have. Okay. So what was I even doing, man? Kind of tempted just to start again. Where are we here? Oh, I've done a decent amount. Yeah, I might just start again, man. Alright, so this one's done, what, 5 hours? That's alright. So how's your day been, man? Oh, I don't want to be type B. Type A, rather. Just chilling, playing Dave the Diver. Oh, hell yeah, man, that's awesome. Keepsake. Uh, uh, what would be useful? Oh, screw that. Stream is cropped a bit at the bottom. Of course it is.
The fallen leaves tell a story.
Stupid bullshit with its dumb bloody resolution.
The great Elden Ring was shattered. In our home, across the fog, the lands between. Now, Queen Marika the Eternal is
Still.
nowhere to be found. And in the night of the Black Knives, Godwyn the Golden was first to perish.
That's better.
Soon, Marika's offspring, demigods all, claimed the shards of the Elden Ring. The mad taint of their newfound strength triggered the shattering.
So cool, man.
A war from which no lord arose. A war
Oof.
leading
Look at him.
to abandonment by the greater will. Oh, rise now, ye tarnished, ye dead who yet live. The call of long-lost grace speaks to us all. Horalu, chieftain of the Badlands,
He's gonna get done.
the ever-brilliant Gold Mask,
I'd be a blip in the way of my victory.
deathbed companion, the loathsome dung-eater, and Sir Gideon Othmere.
He's gonna cop it.
all-knowing
Before he even has a chance to spin up his little magic. Oh man, I'm so excited. I'm back, baby! I'm back in it!
one other whom grace would again bless. A tarnished of no renown.
Did you finish Rani's questline? I think so. I thought I did them all. I did. Remember, I did like the I did like the Crazy Eyes ending. I did the one where you like do all the shit to fight Dung Eater.
And become the Elden Lord.
Well, I should just look at my achieves to see if I'm missing anything. But yeah, man, I'm down to do them all again anyway. They're fun as shit. Bit of an adventure. Just gonna go to the bathroom quickly before I start. There's this. Pretty straightforward. It assumes a fair bit of game knowledge, but you should be right. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm all over the game knowledge, mate. Don't know who they're dealing with. Let me open that up. Of course it opens it in a tab. Copy Safari. Ooh, this is quite cool. Holy shit. Oh yeah, that's cool though. Bit of the old check marks. Or you could just yellow it, you think I'm done them all. Well, what I'll probably do is I'll just play like normally, like plod along, and then at the end I'll go back and like sweep through them all. Oh man, it's so good. Ah, right, progress with your engagement. Oh, I see what you're saying. So like, yeah. Points of no return quest. Oh, I don't want to like. I just want to kind of YOLO it. I think I don't want to like sort of rigidly stick to a thing. I'll YOLO, man. Get me a sword and let me hit things. Yeah, I'm not much of a completionist type of person. Although I got all the achieves for this. It's like one of the few games. I just thought I would give it a look. Yeah, come on. Where are you, mate? Pop up. Thought I would be really... Yeah, I just want to see all the content. Yeah. You may want for DLC if this is the DLC Millicent's Charm. Yeah, true. I have hers in my um obviously in my other game. Yeah, I'll see how it go, man. I'm not too worried about it. I'll just get into it first. That's not for a while anyway. I don't think.
Don't worry,
Ah,
Torrin.
fuck, I don't give a shit.
Fortune
Sick
is
of
on
it.
her side. We found her here after all.
I'm just gonna do my uh what's it called? Sip and spin.
One of her
That's
kind
what I do.
is sure to seek the Elden Ring, even if it does violate the Golden Order.
Man, it's so good having a new PC in the lounge that can play Elden Ring and not have to move my one from my game my game room PC out here. Just saying it made it sound like such a first world problem. I don't want to have to unplug my gaming machine out to the lounge room to be able to play. Moving PC horrible. I know. I know. It's just such a like. It's such a luxury. Like, you know, is I need another computer. Oh god. Yeah. That's not how we do things, Winks. you know, I don't have to turn my computer on exactly. And it's like the same with you. I could send a 2 minute email explaining to switch over the CPU, or I could just buy an entire new machine. Yeah, clearly buying a machine is the vast superior option. We all want to do it. I mean, let's be honest. We all want to do it. That's what it's there for. Yeah. Loser. Oh man, it's good to be back in the world again. Holy shit. I'm basking. Back in Elden Ring, baby. Yes. Well, you're just an annoying little weed, aren't you? Yeah, it's the same. Fucking basking. Hell yeah, man. It's so good. Oh, what a title. What a title. What a game. What a company. Got another 300 hours out of me. That's so good. Holy shit. Also, it's still cropped at the bottom. What? True. What the fuck is that? Oh my god. Okay, hold on. That is completely embarrassing. Actually, let me see what res this is in. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, that looks better. Yeah, nice. So there's a new Ethan vid out as well. I haven't watched yet. Surely go higher than 1080. Yeah, I could probably do like 3K, but I figured I'm only streaming in 1080 anyway, and this way I get to have everything maximum and maximum frames. Fuck the stream. My audience will suffer then. Alright, let me try bump it up, man. Should I just max it like that? Oof. Yeah, that's struggling a bit now. Oh, it's not bad though. Yeah, try 1440p. Ooh, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Digging that, digging that. But now it's cropped again, isn't it? Oh no, 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 we're cool, we're cool. Alright, sweet. The fuck? I was gonna send you, you should see the size of this card, man. It's a fucking, it's tiny as shit. What builds? Oh man, I can't wait for the builds. It's so small, man. It's crazy. It's like the size of your hand. Whoa. Is it into? It is a 3060 12 gig. It's crazy, man. The they had like so you can buy 8 gig and 12 gig versions of the 3000, and yeah, the 8 gig ones. Um, sorry, the 12 gig ones were all like $600 except for this one, which was like 520 or something. And I thought, oh, maybe there's like a difference between them, like because this one, like I said, it was super small. Yep, same clock speed, same memory speed, same everything. So I was like, okay, yeah, man, I don't understand. It's really weird. Like, and all the other 3060s, like you can get them. Like the 8 gig one is like long as well. It's weird as shit. Yeah, check it. Um, hey, look at him. He's just a little baby. How small is it? I think mine's even small. I've only got one fan on mine. Maybe it is two. I don't fucking know. But yeah, ours are like the triple, like the triple ones. But this one's yeah, it's just like hand sized. Fucking weird. What is down here? I wonder. I can't remember. Is it worth using the key now? I think I'll just use it now. Like it matters. Oh, I don't have one. I should have taken that key safe. Keepsake. Limmers. Hello, ma'am.
Yes. Tarnished, are we?
We are.
Come to the lands between for the Elden Ring? Hmm? Of course you have. No shame in it. Unfortunately for you, however, you are maidenless. Without guidance,
Don't have to rub it in,
without the
bro.
strength of runes, and without an invitation to the round table hold, you are fated, it seems, to die in obscurity. Luckily for you, however, there is one shining ray of hope for even the maidenless. Me, Vare. Take care to listen. Are you familiar with grace, the golden light that gives life to you tarnished. You may also behold its golden grave.
It's a hero's grave behind that gate with chariots. Ah, that's right. Yep, yep. You don't get a summon you want me to use yet. Ah, right. That's right.
A path that a
Sick.
tarnished must travel.
I couldn't remember what that one gave you.
Grace's guidance holds the answer.
Oh, they nerfed the chariots? Oh, really?
You tarnished to the path
Yep, we
you
did that when it
once
was at its
trod.
hardest point, just like Diablo 3.
Grave.
You can heal through them. Oh, no shit. Right, let's get past this idiot. Oh my god, it's so amazing. Look at it. Oh, so good, man.
But I can also see that you're not after my throat.
Wouldn't be too sure about that, buddy.
Purchase, I am Kale.
Pooches, what do we got? Oh yeah, I'll get those eventually. Cracked one.
Goodbye.
Had another Tiger belly on and find it was fucking losing it. The story Bobby tells. Yeah, the story Bobby tells. He's fucking us. I know, man. He really is. It's so good. And he's like, I was watching one and he's talking about, how he's on like the dating sites and all that. And like, he puts his age lower because he doesn't like have anything in common, or like he goes, and all like the 50-year-old women look like Martha Stewart. I know exactly what he means, because sometimes I see people on there that are like the same age as me, but they look like just way older. Like they look like they've seen some shit, or like I don't know what it is. I knew exactly what he was talking about, and I can only imagine how much worse it would be at his age as well. Cause he's like got that sort of youthful sort of look as well. Like he doesn't look like he's 51. Like that's what Clive was saying as well. She's like, he doesn't really look that age. And I mean, he hasn't acted either. But yeah, he's fucking the same, man. Like just wants. And I thought as well, I was like, that's good. That means like even when I'm that age, I'm still going to enjoy playing games as well. I mean, not that I thought it would stop at all, but he's still fucking all over it and shit. Yeah, I love that podcast as well. Like, it's so fucking good, man. I've been like chucking random eps on as well now. I might actually put one on soon. And fucking Bobby Van. Yeah, he's so good. Fucking cracks me up. I love the episode where that guess where they just talk shit. Yeah, same man. Yeah. Yeah, man, like just chilling. Just like friends chilling. Square off, baby. God, it's gonna be so hard to just not use the was it Lord Sworn straight sword? But I already used that in my RL1 anyway. See that streamer who beat this playing two games at the same moment? What's that spat? Are you serious? What a fucking. I'm getting a bit of lost frames. Maybe I'll just lower a few things to high. I don't motion blur. Oh, really? To apply these changes, return to the title menu. Okay. Time-stamped, easy. Oh, what the fuck? What? That's fucking insane. What the fuck, man? I also think the fact that she's good at Elden Ring, well, it just makes her more attractive in my mind. Like, that's amazing. Just do melee, fucking one of the hardest bosses in all the series. Like, just doing it with the dance pad is ridiculous enough. Yeah, legend shit. Fucking earth. Anyway, let's get to this here castle. look, there's a camp over here. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think I might. I think I prefer to have maximum quality and lower res. Because then you get all the nice looking shit. And it runs better. God, this is gonna be the slowest fucking Elden Ring run in ever. Gotta get the settings right there, I guess. Yeah, yeah, no shakiness at all. That's great. Oh, and the vibrancy. Ha ha ha! That was pretty good. Yeah, I think you must need like 3070 or above if you're gonna do 1440 in 4K. 3060 is perfect for like 1080 though. How's the like 4000 series, man? They're all fucking catching on fire and shit. Well, not catching on fire, but they're all overheating apparently. Having a large overheating problem.
Greetings,
Without this new shit, yeah, well there you go, man.
from beyond the fog.
With the previous setup wasn't enough, yeah, exactly. Let alone old tech with a lesser card, so. Yeah, fucking ridiculous. I don't know how they're gonna fix that.
I offer you an accord.
Just skip to the 50s here. I know, man.
Finger maidens. They serve the two fingers.
Yeah, just bust it out, boys. Enough of this slow drip nonsense.
To the tarnish.
Give us what we want.
But you, I am afraid, are maidenless.
Feels bad, man.
I can play the role of maiden, turning wounds into
Yep,
strength.
you fluffed the 40s. Yep, move on.
In your search
Yep,
for
let's
the
all just draw a line under it and
You
spin
walk
on.
to the foot of- Then it settle, summon me by grace. Ah, I bequeath to you this ring.
Sick.
Use it to traverse great distance. It will summon a spectral steed named Torrent. Torrent has to treat him with respect.
I will.
Shall I turn? Let my hand share them with me.
Whoa, 3 levels?
Thoughts, your
Holy shit.
ambitions, the principles you
Now, what do we do? Well, might as well just start the old. Oh, actually, I should. What are we gonna? What weapon do we want to aim for? I guess. I didn't play with many great swords and stuff last time, man. I think I'm gonna do like what you did and go down that road. I didn't get to play with many last time, so let's get some strength and dex and shit going. And it seems fun. Oh, I guess in my first one I kind of did. I don't know. We'll see how we go. Fun trying multiples. Yeah, 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 yeah. Exactly, mate. All the big names will get a go. Oh, nice. Lords on Great Sword. I cannot. How do you two-hand shit? Man, so maybe these wraps is like a pita wrap. Oh yeah, cheese, lettuce, hummus. Ooh. Crispy bacon. Oh, hell yeah. My mouth is watering thinking about it. Yeah, you're like, I wish I had it now. Holy shit, how do you two-hand stuff again? Oh my god, I can't believe I don't remember. There we go. It's a big lumber and fucking thing. Yeah, I just went to get a snack and thought, fuck, I could go one of those. Go wake her up. So, I wonder if you could just cook me up some bacon. I'm like really hungry. I can't do it myself. That sounds fucking awesome, man. My mum made me a plate of these, they're like chicken things, and she dips them in like this mix, and it's like parmesan cheese, like garlic, um, and like herbs and shit on it. Oh my god, they're so fucking good. I load them up with the mungo's sauce. The mungo's, I know, man. It makes anything amazing. Oh yeah, you all come out of the woodwork now, don't you? Alright, come on, one at a time or all at once. It's all the same to me. But who will face me alone? Who's got the balls? You see what I did to you, man? He gets walloped, mate. Something like that, you only want a tiny dip in the mungos. Yeah, yeah, exactly. You only want to, like, tease it. Just a little bit of a tease on the top. Tendies, yeah, I lather on the tendies. I can't help it. I'm always, like, breathing fire after the tendies. Drinks don't help. No, no, no. But it's a nice sort of thing. Like you're sitting there going, oh goddamn, that was good. What's all these guys? Oh yeah, I fucking hate them. I hate the bats. In fact, they can fuck off. Let's go to that thing over here. Ah, g'day mate. Might go open the fridge, look at the bacon and see if I can bother cooking it. Yeah. I wonder if it works in the air fryer. Like just chuck it in, like 10 minutes and it'll fry up. That's pretty easy. You only have to hit the button then. Yeah, gonna try it. I think it'll work. Cool, man. Pouch. Yep, we want to switch that with Tozza. Now. Oh my god, I love this game so fucking much.
You there. Could you help us out, Cully?
That's right, where is he around here?
You? Yeah, you there. Stop pretending you can't see me. Why won't anyone look me in the eye? I'm not that ugly, am I?
Where is he again? Yeah, this guy.
What'd you go and do that for?
She kept teasing me.
Oh, yes. I remember. Some clod turned me into a tree. You were just breaking the spell, weren't you? Thank you. The name's Bob. I was pushed out of the cave. Told not to come back. Not ever. Then I ended up as a tree. Lucky you came along, really.
Any sort of reward?
Threw me out, so this is all I have to, I hope.
Really, bro?
Or if you can afford to wait for a while, I could sneak. Then I'd be of.
Yes, off your pop.
Right, I'm fucking. My knees.
Off you go, mate.
Right,
To your death. Hello, sir. How are you? Whoa. Well, that's bullshit. Dick. Idiot. Got it on the go. Hell yeah, I think it'll work quite well. Well, it should. It's like the same as putting it in an oven. I'm gonna get snackies on the go soon as well, man. That's right, I have to kill these two dicks. Fuck. Missed him. On curse. Oh, what? He came out of nowhere. Remember when you beat the game without leveling up easy? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, easy. Why would anyone do that? Oh, the stun lock killing me. Fuck you. I'm not even wielding this properly. Fucking idiot. Got me wrap all made out, laid out, waiting for the star ingredient. Yeah. I'm so excited. Yeah. That's all we got. The star ingredient. Like he comes out to an applause. Yes! Bacon has arrived! Grab my laptop and watch it out. Fucking awesome. It's awesome. Give me a dome, mate. Oh, it doesn't really do much, does it? Now he's upset. Nailed it. Well, he didn't seem too bothered by that, if I'm honest. Go away, weed. Oh man, I should have hit him a bit first. Where the hell did the coach go with my reward in the back? Yep, it's all coming back here. Yeah, exactly. I would have liked my reward, but cool, I guess. Yes. Oh, yeah, I remember this stupid thing. Excuse me, sir. That's all I wanted. Oh god, there's so many. Bastards. Huh. Nice, I got a few of them to leave. That's great. That's it, boys. Up you come. Alright, I'm gonna put something on as well. Getting peckish. Yeah, and go on the tendies as well. Well, you've got the bacon, but we'll go on a tendy. Alright. It was worth it on basket. Oh yeah, it worked well. Sweet. That's awesome. A new meme for Winx is born. Go away, plebs. This guy's just annoying, isn't he? Ah, that was silly. Hey, dickhead. Now, what do you got? Many times, but parrying those horsebacks is one of the most satisfying things in the game. Yeah, I need a shield. Although, I think he can... Oh, look who it is, the two fuckheads who wouldn't let me have the loot when I killed them last time. Do you want to hear that Bobby Lee story? Yeah. Send us a link, man. I'll chuck it up on the thing. Uh, Fuck my life. Oof. Fuck off. Went back a bit for full contest. God damn, Bacon Scoot. Fuck off, idiot. Now you, the troublemaker with the fucking staff. Okay. Now these two knobs. No, wasn't there peon wannabe sorcerer? I know, you fucked me up as well. How dare you? Actually, do I have anything that it covers? Ooh. Oh, it recovers his health, not mine, okay. What's this? Oh. Boo, I don't have anything that'll heal me. Only all they can do is glintstone pebble. I know, how pathetic is that? Like, you know, especially now, like, you know how wide and insane they go. Like, they're so useless. Yep, it's gonna be a cunt, isn't it? Why are you even here? I thought that would break his shield. I can't believe it. I might go the other way anyway. I'll do this later. Individually killing these plebs. I'll get a big sword and cut 20 down at once. Oh, what's that little thing under my stamina? Oh, it must be because I'm near a Marika thing. Marika thing. Ooh. Fuck off. Kunz. Now it's personal. I don't know why I did that. Fucking hell. Sound the alarms, boys. Yes, coming. Woo! The snacky alarm, I know, how good. Right, let's just do this. Park here, go there, very good. Let's get that ep up. Oh, like 2000 or something, I don't know. Something like that, isn't it? Bleh. Oh, I'm already signed in, what a dickhead. If you go to the equipment menu, then the help button, it pauses. Oh no shit! That's pretty good. Oh my god. Bit loud there maybe? Also. Let me know if the sound is too loud, bro. Some of the little levels. Oh yeah, look at that. Bit loud, bit loud.
Yo. Let's go. No, 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 no.
Go to like 4750. Alright.
Let's go. No, 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 no. Ja, ja, ja. Let's go. No, 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 no.
I feel for Christine.
Largest cursor I've
you
ever
know-
seen. Really?
I just want to tell, let me just message out to Christine.
Really?
Right? I loved
That's
her.
not that
I
loud.
still love
Is
her.
that just a-
I'm happy for her. She has a kid now.
Maybe
He's
it
a
looks larger on
great
stream.
husband. That's why I've never met him.
It's fucking
He
huge.
seems
I don't think
great.
it
He
is.
seems really great and wholesome, which she likes. And I think about her a lot. You know.
Alright, hold on. It's not that big. Look, it's like the size. It's under the start in size, like the little box. It's into the little. It fits in the little box here.
In there. Because I mean, I know what happened with Sarah.
Oh man, just gonna
In
get me
fact,
snacks.
Sarah and I are
Because
BFFs.
I
now.
don't want to bring up personal things.
I'm just saying, in her defense, without knowing what happened between you, you are a handful, and I don't know, you know what I mean. It's hard work. It really is like hard, laborious thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I drove half an hour here to unlock a door for Bobby.
Hey,
2
thank you,
days.
George. And you know why you had to do it?
Okay, this is ridiculous.
Because
Now,
I
now,
didn't-
you want to get? Oh, you want to go there?
This is what I told him. Did
wait,
you
hold on.
What happened?
WD-40?
Hold on. Give me my box.
Yeah, so just buy
WD-40.
some.
Uh-oh.
No, I need a zip.
Yeah, this sounds good. What's he done?
This podcast is sponsored by BetterHelp Online Therapy. Relationships take work, guys. A lot of us will drop anything to go help someone.
I'm going
we
the
care about. It's
habaneros
called empathy and caring.
mungos this time.
And we'll go out of our way to treat other
Change it
people
up a bit.
well. But how often
it
do
fresh.
we give ourselves the same treatment? That's what I'm saying. I punish myself all the time, and I learned this through BetterHelp, that there is help for us and to love ourselves. We have to get to the point where we love ourselves. BetterHelp is online therapy that offers video, phone, and even live chat sessions with your therapist, so you don't have to see anyone on camera if you don't want to.
And sometimes I really don't want to. When I'm having a particularly heavy day and I just want to cry in bed.
Drove half an hour to unlock a door for Bobby, yeah.
An option to like, write down my feelings on their journal feature. So if I'm having
They
some
need
good
to
feelings,
point
then
at
it's
them,
5
not
days away
eclipse
from
them.
my appointment.
Well, I
And
mean,
much
it's
more
a brand
affordable
new
than
Windows
in-person
install,
therapy.
so
You can
like I haven't
be
changed
matched with
any
a
of it.
therapist in under 48 hours. And
It's
if
done
you
what-
guys
it's-
give
it's
it a
done it
try
itself.
And see why 2 million people have used BetterHelp online therapy.
This podcast is sponsored by BetterHelp. Tiger Belly listeners get 10% off their first month at betterhelp.com/belly. That's BetterHelp.com/belly.
I'd like to tell this story.
Please do.
I think it's my story to tell.
I was wondering what this was. This was sitting on my desk.
Yeah, so that's WD-40, and I'll tell you why it's there. So, Bobby, you can't have nice things around the house. You simply
This is
cannot.
such fucking bullshit.
You cannot have.
This is such fucking bullshit what you guys are doing.
You can defend yourself in like 3 minutes,
Go ahead.
and I'm
Oh,
done.
Perfect. Oh, I like this. Okay.
So, you can't have nice things. You can't have. He will either spill Red Bull on it, and cause it never to work again. If it's a nice door you have in your home, he will slam it so hard with no regard that like all the bolts come off, which was the case with this particular door. So I was in New York, and he calls me and he was like, "I cannot get through this door." And I was like, well, yeah, you broke it and now it's lodged. I was like, why don't you go buy some WD-40 and just, you know,
Jimmy.
loosen it up.
There's
and
no
it'll work.
chance.
And he was like, I won't do that. Instead, he uses a hammer.
I
He uses a
won't do
fucking
that.
crowbar. And he uses, basically, there's a kitchen sink at this fucking door. And then I say, and he
Was
was
that
like,
before I got here?
yeah, before you got here. And I say, you know what? And he's like, nothing's fucking work. I fucking hate this door. And I'm like, it's not the door. And I'm like, and he's not letting me.
It's so
like,
ridiculous.
The next hour, he's just constantly calling me. I'm like, I don't know what to tell you except maybe call George Kimmel.
Go ahead.
I got a text. I'm busy. I'm working. I'm like, okay.
Oh, really busy working, huh?
Yeah.
Interesting.
What are you working on?
Yeah.
Hit pause.
Can I ask you this?
It's all thanks to you. So I
Nothing
dropped
works.
everything.
Yeah, exactly.
I rushed over
Yeah.
Friday.
Sick of it.
That literally is not where I was going. That literally was not where I'm going.
Hit me with
Okay.
it. Defend yourself in this.
What I'm saying is that I
Yeah, what's so
invited you
important?
in to our family.
I did.
Exactly, but you would not. Exactly, but you would not have known who he was without me. Correct?
Who do I have to be more thankful
No,
to?
correct?
Correct.
Okay.
The reason why I suggested him, why?
You didn't even know his name when you introduced him.
No,
to
that's
him.
not true. That's absolutely.
You were like
crazy.
the maker producer.
I knew Raphael. What's his name?
See?
Yeah.
Yeah, Roth.
Rough.
Andreas. I knew Andreas and Kimmel years ago. Andreas directed me in a sketch, right?
Oh.
And I knew George was
Emperor
my
of the world,
producer at
yeah.
Maker, right? And we had many meetings, and I knew his name. That's ridiculous, right? Go ahead, keep going.
Oh, I'm just gonna say I drop everything. I was like, "What is it?" You're like, just suck. So bring WD-40, bring everything you need. I buy some things on the way here. I show up, walk in. Here's how difficult it was to open the door.
Thank you, George.
Now, in your defense, though, it was fairly stuck. It was very hard to turn, so I had to, scrape a whole bunch of foam off before it got it.
Like the smallest amount of effort would have done it.
Lean back, son.
Yo,
Lean
Urban,
back, son.
Urban Bobby ain't playing right now.
Yeah, I got boundaries, dog. Is that your end?
Mhm.
May I talk?
That's, yeah.
He didn't say anything bad.
You didn't. I absorbed everything you said. May I?
Yeah.
Thank you. So I wake up to the dog's whimpering because the dog.
Lean back, son. I can't bounce this dog.
Not a kettle.
Oh God, that was a Freudian
Oh my God, my mouth is
slip.
on fire, bro.
Asian.
You're not about to cook them.
Oh no!
We have a kettle.
No. What's it called? What?
It's a
Kennel?
crate.
Kennel. We have a
Kennel.
kennel.
A cauldron.
We have a kennel, right?
Yeah.
Kennel,
Yeah.
and we have little cages,
Crates.
crates. They're cages.
Frying pans. Yeah.
Ooh, Tana.
Yeah.
We have these
Walk.
like
I didn't even
we
get a
have
chance
these
to do anything.
amazing custom-made, beautiful cush
Pink,
crates
and they're cush with their padding in
from
it.
Rock of Cages. If you guys ever know.
So Jules, right? She knows that I wake up late, right? So
He
she
wakes
goes
up
to
late, of course he
college
does.
at
He
8
really
a.m.,
is us.
right? I told her the night before, I go, don't put them in the kennel. When I'm home, right? She does anyway, okay? So when I wake up to their crying, I go out there and I
I
see
just
that
realized I can't
Stubbs
see my health.
had pooed in the kennel and he was suffering. And he's a big dog and he's like squirming around. I had to clean the whole fucking thing, right? So imagine how long he had to sit there like that. To me, you wake up, no coffee, and you're like, oh, fuck, I gotta take them out. I go to the back door, it's completely fucking locked, right? And the dogs are running around with shit and piss and I don't know what they're gonna do. So I'm panicking. It
No
doesn't open,
coffee, I know.
can't turn it, right?
God forbid.
I'm panicking. The only way out, right, is through our bedroom then, right? But I have to lift the blinds,
Yeah.
right? So I'm in a shock panic mode, right? I'm not myself. I just woke up. It's stressful.
I'm
also
not
a guy
myself.
Your
that's-
thumbs are weak in the morning. Right?
God, I want to throat sock you so bad. I want to
But also insulting.
insulting. Yeah. I thought my thumbs are very strong.
He doesn't have a
I can beat you in
thumb.
fuck.
Oh, actually, thumb war right now.
Thumb war. Go ahead.
Here we go. Here we go. One game.
2, 3. Anyway, she's doing.
I'm
No,
just
she,
saying.
Adesanya.
Oh.
She does thumb roll like Adesanya
Stylebender.
from Stylebender, and I'm doing Khabib.
In and out.
I want to get in.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's grapple.
But your thumb versus my thumb would be if like
Oh, here's
Henry
another shame.
would be like if Henry Cejudo fought like
Oh, come on, bro.
Misha Serkinov.
Tallest dude. It's a very big size difference.
So I don't
Misha.
like rolling up our blinds because it gets stuck, and it's one of those automatic ones, and the roller gets caught.
Yeah.
So I hate doing it, but I did it. I got them out, and then I spent the next half an hour trying to open the back door, and then I went and got a key and went around, and the lock almost broke, right? And I didn't know what to do. I'm not a mechanic. Right? I've never worked in a shop. Right?
I've
I
never
grew
worked
up
in
on
a shop.
Farm, with animals. I have Adventist. Right? I don't know anything about
I
it,
have
right?
to
All
lift
I
the
know
blinds.
is I can't fucking open the door. And so what do? I fucking call a real man. No, you.
Oh my
Hit
god,
him.
it's so us.
Right? A guy that I thought was going to be on my side completely. and not use it against me. And I told him, I go, sir, right? I
Sir.
go, sir, I can't open this. I know you're a mechanic. Please come over. Help me.
I'm not a
And I
mechanic.
did, but then you used it against me. It fucking hurts, my friend.
Well, I ruined the all the goodwill is gone now.
Yeah. So
Glad I could. glad I
apologize.
drove in,
Apologize.
I drove in traffic for goodwill, and then Friday traffic was a waste. What am I apologizing for?
Nothing. I want to say, thanks for helping. You know, I didn't know that it was that, you know what I mean, of a to-do or a task.
No, it was very
You went
easy.
out, and you went out of your way, and you had
that's
a
what was
busy
so-
day. You went out, you drove around.
Here's what I'll say about
mean,
why it
just
is
fuck.
it is a big deal because all you could have done was do exactly what I said, which is why don't you go get some WD-40 and I will walk you through how to
I
do
don't
it.
know. I think that's a fucking. I don't know what that is.
But
That sounds
you
like a
were-
transformer
no,
to me.
You were weaponizing your what
That
do you call it,
sounds like a
incompetencies.
transformer to me.
You know exactly that you can do it, Bobby. You just don't.
I'm not a
want to.
mechanic
And you
either.
have to
Right.
try. So now
I'm
you're
locking a door, yeah.
legitimately-
Did you go to the store to buy the WD-40?
Yeah. No,
Okay.
but there's a hardware store very close to here.
There we go. I don't know
I
a
just
hardware
discovered.
store.
There's one right here.
That's what I discovered. It's so much easier now that I've discovered that.
Yeah, and I want to discover them too.
Do not
like
bail
hip
him
hop.
out next time.
Like
Joe.
hip
I want
hop.
to discover hardware stores like I do hip hop. Let me grow.
Name 3
What?
hardware stores.
Home Depot, is that one?
Yep.
There we go.
Yeah. Ace Hardware.
Yep.
Let's go. One more.
Aaron Brothers?
What is Aaron Brothers?
don't know.
I bet there's an Aaron Brothers somewhere in America.
Is it a hardware store though?
There is an
Is that
Aaron
a
Brothers.
framing? Is
ran
that
out
they
of-
do
I
custom
think they do
framing?
custom framing, but I think they do custom framing, but it's close enough.
They would have WD-40. Maybe.
They would have WD-40. If I went in there, do you have WD-40? Well, we don't sell it.
Let me grow.
Like I went to the fucking Verizon store, and they go, give me an adapter, or some weird adapter I needed, and they go, we don't sell that, but the guy went behind the counter and just got me one that was in a drawer. He goes, it's been in the drawer for a year, no one's using it, so here, just gave it to me. So Aaron Brothers would do it.
Yeah.
So am I close enough?
Yeah.
So thank you so much for helping me. Right? I'm sorry that I didn't go to the hardware store and get the WD-40 myself. I felt like it wasn't an oil thing. I just
Oil
felt like
thing.
it was mechanical. You know what I mean? So I apologize.
But we have to learn how to troubleshoot. So even if it is something more mechanical, we start with the oil thing. Start with the basics, and then we work our way through the problem. But we gotta try, Bobby.
Okay, but I
George
just woke
can't
up.
save you from everything.
I
Well,
understand that, but what I just didn't. Oh, I just okay. Sorry.
Tell me about. Did you do anything with Cuffed, or was that just an Instagram post?
Oh yeah, what is that cuff post
got-
you
I got a
posted?
little-
I know.
Yeah, tingle when I saw it.
Here's what I know about this project is that it's been 15 years in the making. They have talked about this since the day they met. What's cuff?
So I went to his house,
David Cho.
David Cho, and obviously there was a lot of fighting and crying.
For real?
Oh yeah,
Oh, man.
a lot of fighting and crying.
yeah, we
I
know
went
what he's
when-
like. He's an
when
intense
we were
guy.
filming the whole thing. I took my mic pack off,
Oh,
and I
this
just
is real.
and I just basically I'm leaving. I can't do this.
Jesus.
It was just a lot of that, right? But I was there for 5 hours.
Fuck. That's a big
And,
sesh.
We really connected in a way that I've never connected with that guy before. We cried and held each other, and he's literally like a brother. He really is. I love him so much. I know him. So check it out. So that's toward the end. We cried. We made up, and then he brought out the thing. But here's what happened. We had it on, and he goes, let's just experiment, see how long we can do it. We did it for 5 minutes, and he goes, all right, let's end. And I literally, this is not a joke, I misplaced the key. I didn't know where the key was. It wasn't in any of my pockets. And if you've ever been to the house that he grew up in, it's all paint and wood chips, and it's an artist's colony. It's just, there's no way to find it. He was freaking the fuck out. He was screaming, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? He was trying to pull my hand off of his. He couldn't do it. right? And then I was like, "Don't fucking, you're hurting me." You know what I mean?
Jesus.
And it was 7 minutes. It was in my pocket. It ended up in my pocket. But my point is that for 7 minutes, we killed it.
What the?
So, and we wanted to do 30 days.
Oh,
So you
forget
understand
about
that
it.
There's no way we can do it. We'll kill each other.
I think the first 10 will be very, testy, but I think you both are gonna resign to the exhaustion.
I think if it was a real show and like A24 wanted to do a reality show and they're like,
wow.
let's try this,
Yeah.
I think him and I would be like, all right.
Let's go for it.
But David's acting now. I don't want to tell what project he's in, but it was a project that I auditioned for, couldn't get in, and he got in. You know what I mean? So I auditioned 3 times. Fine, he got it, right? And he was just like, no, yeah. Anyway, unhelpful advice.
Unhopeful. Bobby and
He is sticking it to.
Hi, Tiger Belly fam. My name is Alex. My dog is turning 10 this year.
Poor Bobby. I know you auditioned 3 times
We've
for it.
lost a loved one during the past 2 years, and my wife and I are.
God, I
always
can't wait
about
to
losing
see
our
what
dog, too.
those two
Some
record
friends
together,
have told
man.
us to
Holy
clone our
shit.
dog, but we feel super strange about doing something like that. As fellow dog lovers, do you have any advice on if you would ever clone your dogs, or if you have any other ideas on how to cope with the nervousness of our dog's death? Love you guys, Alex.
You know, I'm conflicted with that.
As am I.
I don't think you are.
What do you mean?
They should clone.
No, I think that I think you have the right point of view. There's so many dogs out there that need fostering, that need help, and they're in, what's that? That's our dog?
Their dog.
Oh my God.
Imagine
I would
what,
clone it. but-
Imagine with $80,000
I would
you
clone
would
it.
pay to clone your dog. To clone your dog. Imagine how much $80,000 can do to actually help dogs in need.
But can I also say this? If you're, this is going to be controversial.
He's got a nice ass.
And it's a controversial what I'm about to say, right? And would you just hear me out, okay? So, I believe that each dog, though, is special, unique,
Yep.
right? And I believe that they have their own personalities, like us. You know what I mean? We are snowflakes, okay? Individuals, right? So I believe that, like, let's suppose in life, let's say the world got together and we had this one economy and we had one global government, right? And they go, we have the technology to clone 3 humans that have died.
Shit.
Only 3. We're going to do it. We're thinking about Steve Jobs, cloning him, Einstein, and we got some Cleopatra's DNA.
I don't know why Jobs gets a Guernsey, but
Or John. He works at in Huntington Beach. Who'd you clone?
If John is my brother,
My
I
brother-
choose
No,
John.
he's not. He's just. We're watching it from the news.
I have no emotional connection to any of the 3 you just mentioned.
I know, but you would clone those 3 before John. Is basically what I'm
Okay,
saying. So my point is this.
If you said my dad, I would say my dad.
That's true, and that would be justified. But we only have 3. It's a global thing.
it's a
Okay?
global
What I'm saying,
thing.
I don't know why I just said that, but I'm just saying that. So if he, you know what I mean, is Einstein, right?
Einstein of dogs.
The Einstein of dogs, and you believe that you'll never find a dog like this, and you have the money to do it, do it. I want to clone my dog Remy.
Okay,
Because
give your reason.
and the reason why I want to clone my dog Remy is because we got Remy when he was 9 years old.
As 8.
8 or 9 years old,
Jesus.
and he had a rough childhood. You know, he had a limp. There was things like teeth missing.
He'd broken his back.
He had PTSD.
He had been
Yeah.
abused.
He'd
his whole
abused
life.
his whole life, and basically he thinks that this house is the 4 seasons, right? He's just
Oh, I like that
relaxing,
change. That's cool.
always laying down and just
You
relaxing.
got like
just
little
wants
things to
touches,
tell you
right?
when to do it.
And
That's
little
key.
cuddles. My point is that
Very good.
I want to clone Remy because I never got to see Remy as a puppy.
Or as a happy.
As a happy puppy. And what I would do is clone Remy and then raise Remy with so much love and care. And that's just a dream of mine. And and he's also, Remy is 12 years old now almost? Right? We're not going to have Remy for very long. And I want to clone him.
Here's why
And I
I
want to clone him.
would say not to clone, because it's not guaranteed that even though you have the genetic, match of this dog, there is environmental factors that do play into an animal's personality. For example, in This American Life, there was a prized bull that this couple was very, very obsessed with, and they loved this bull. This bull passed away,
But,
so
but
they
also,
decided to clone the bull.
can I add what the bull was like?
Bull 2.0 was aggressive. They could not tame this animal. It
But
was
bull number
completely
one,
different.
bull number one, also took photos with kids.
Mhm.
So it was so docile and loving that you could put like 5 kids on it and they take photos, right?
Yeah,
They cloned the same fucking thing, like you said,
Yeah.
right? And it maimed
it impaled.
the
Jesus!
owner 3
Yeah.
times.
Oh my god.
Holy
Like to the
shit.
point where he had to go to the hospital and he
He
almost
didn't.
died.
He
Right?
stuck with it
And they
after
were
the
kinda like,
first.
is this the same? But it was, so you never know.
You never know.
You never know. This dude, you think it's Einstein? It could be Ted Bundy the next time.
Right.
All right, so we never know.
There you go.
But I would clone him because that's a special dog. But how much is 80 grand now?
That's really expensive.
Yeah, I think that the last time we checked it was somewhere there. At least
No, I
one
think in America
Korea,
it's 50 grand.
The one in Korea was expensive.
Can I ask you a real serious question?
Yeah.
though? If I do, because I have one road date on the books, and if I make a certain amount of money on it, could I save that specific chunk of money to clone Remy?
No,
Please.
no, sweetie.
Why?
Because there's so many dogs in shelters.
We'll get another one.
It just goes against like everything I've like worked. You know me. I foster like 6.
But how about this?
50 dogs a year.
Can I save Remy's calm and pee
I
and all the
know.
stuff that he needs to? I don't know what you need to say.
Here's what I'll tell you to do.
Say
I would
scum
say
tea.
get him taxidermize him, get him stuffed, and hug him every night.
Okay, can I taxi him?
Yeah,
Taxidermy
you
him.
can. Yeah, Remy's very cute.
This is Viagen. This is one of the companies listed in.
So how much is
Park-
it?
What does it cost? A dog?
50,000 for the dog. Cat cloning is.
I don't know what you need to
35,000,
say.
2 equal installments.
This is crazy.
So it's 100 grand?
No,
Oh,
25,
oh,
25.
oh yeah. I don't know. It seems doable.
I don't know
Yeah.
what you need to
Doable
say.
is-
Yeah, yeah. I might do
He's
it.
gonna say
Because can I
it's
say
cum
this?
and piss.
Why can't I, in our relationship, why can't I make a decision?
Fucking idiot.
You can make your decision. Correct.
So if Remy dies, can I make a decision and go? I wanna
That's
clone
so
him.
fucking
We're
hilarious.
talking about him dying.
That's so funny, man.
Anyway, thanks for the email.
What do
I
you-
apologize.
I love Remy.
Fucking hell.
He is a kind of aggressive and grumpy, and if it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have teeth, he already would have put tons of holes in her body.
Yeah.
But this is why, all the more reason why he wants to clone Remy, because he's been dealt a really shitty hand, and maybe that's why he's as grumpy as he is.
Wait, how many times that dog ran away? Like,
Not from us.
No, he ran away to find us.
oh,
Yeah, he ran away twice
Invaded
from
of
the previous
recruits.
foster to find us, is what we
Ah.
believe.
Yeah. But I don't know.
I wasn't
It's interesting. If they
prepared to
can clone,
fight
let me
this
ask you
guy
this
yet.
question, George. If they can clone a human, a dog and a cat, why can't they clone a human?
more ethical
Yeah.
side of it.
But they can though.
Yeah, you have designer babies now. You can do anything.
But can you clone a human? And then, here's an idea. If you clone a human, right? Can religious people say God created him or man created him?
But everything is under the watch of.
The Lord, Jesus. I
God.
get it. What do you think?
I'm not sure if this is a Seventh-day Adventist lore, but I think it probably is. Probably from Dinosaur Bob, who came to school when I was in grade school.
What did he say?
What did Dinosaur
He
Bob
said
say?
that the reason the flood happened is because man was, mixing different animals, and that's how you got the dinosaurs.
Oh.
That sounds like SDA.
And then, the reason,
Looking this up.
It just
that we have and you think like there's not it can't be a 5,000-year-old Earth because it's got to be millions of years because there was different levels, okay? But no, every level is when it flooded, the dumb like little tiny things like flooded and like got filled
What's a
with
tiny thing, like a tadpole?
like little tadpoles
Or
and stuff.
cells are you talking about?
Yeah, it's like like
Amoeba.
little things like got got
When you
flooded
say little
first.
things, what the fuck do you mean?
DNA.
Primal,
Or
like
what?
whatever was alive, quote unquote, 3 million years ago. You know,
All right.
that got flooded first, and then everything started hiking up the mountains, and like it got flooded in different layers. So that's why you have different layers. Is everything kept on running up the mountain and then got flooded, and that's why it's like looks like it's evolution, because like it looks like these are millions of years between each layer. But no, it was basically a half a day between.
This is what
each layer.
Dinosaur Bob told you.
Yeah, that's what he told us.
Interesting.
That's why.
Did you believe it as a kid?
Oh, 5,000-year-old year. Yes, I remember. What was almost a really embarrassing situation for me was an anthropology class at University of Michigan where I transferred junior year of college. We were in some group talking about like the difference between humans and something, and I almost raised my hand and said like, "Yeah, 5,000 years ago at the Ark, there were only like only two
would've kicked
people,
you out.
Noah and Noah and his wife. So it's so
Oh
amazing
my
we have
God.
such diversity now." And
then when did you realize you were wrong? Do you still believe that? Fuck.
well, Dinosaur Bob was pretty cool. I want to find him again.
Yeah.
No, that's not him. That's not.
That's Dinosaur Bob, dude.
Still a great
No.
illustration there. I love it. Look at that.
Yeah.
Bobby,
Yeah.
Fuck.
That's Kalila.
what are 3 differences between an ape and a monkey?
Don't ask me this.
I gave you the answer.
Ape doesn't have tails,
Correct.
and monkeys do. Although, I could argue that as well. I'll prove to you.
Don't even say Curious George, because Curious George is an ape and possibly a
He's
macaque.
not. He's not.
Yes, he's an ape. He doesn't have a tail.
What do they say in the book?
Curious George.
They call it a monkey because kids don't know the difference. It's like monkey.
They call it a
monkey
monkey.
is
He's a monkey. And if
You're not
you
gonna
claim-
correct the kid and say it's an ape, kid.
Bro.
Who has a larger brain?
Is there a tail?
No, therefore.
Exactly. Therefore, monkeys don't have tails as well.
No, therefore, Curious George is an ape.
Okay, so
What's the difference between an alligator and a crocodile?
obviously alligators are bigger.
Is it just snout?
Opposite.
Crocodiles are bigger.
Yeah.
Crocodiles are more ethnic, in the sense that no,
So they're from the Philippines?
This is good.
they're minorities.
Minorities.
I'll tell you
They're
what,
minorities.
They are.
That's how I know they're minorities. They're more aggressive.
Oh my god. It's a play on our pal Rogan.
Yeah.
Alligators don't have any. They're missing teeth because they're like from the south.
Yeah.
Okay, close enough. What about seals and sea lions?
Why are you doing this? Because let me say something right now. If you would have asked me 6 months ago about hip hop, I wouldn't know anything, right? You want me to do a deep dive in animals? Because I'll school you.
I just wanted to have you guess.
Okay, so what's the sea lions and what?
Seals.
Sea lions are mixed with
A lion.
no, but feline entities, like feline DNA, right? And they growl like a lion. They're bigger. Are they bigger? What do you know?
I just went to the aquarium and I was wondering
just
what the
did go
difference
there.
was. I was like,
Just went there.
He
are
just
these
went
the
to an
same
aquarium.
thing
Yeah, he
with
does.
different names?
Yeah, he doesn't know.
No. No. Sea lions, you can tell are sea lions because they're able to prop themselves up this way. Seals are more flat. So their
they
front
waddle.
flippers are able to kind of walk the sea lions. And sea lions have ears. Seals have internal ears.
Mm.
That's all.
Okay, good.
Okay, good.
So a sea lion is bigger,
Yeah.
like I said.
No, not necessarily bigger.
Yeah. Look at.
Oh my god, let me get up.
Are they not bigger?
You
These are accurate
fucking
photos.
vultures.
These are accurate.
photos.
Yeah. All right. So they have the same. The flippers are different.
The front flippers they can walk with. In a seal, they can't use their front flippers to walk. Or to, flop around.
I mean, since we're talking about
Yeah.
differences, we might as well. I feel like you guys probably already taken this quiz, but have you guys done a difference between a Chinese, Korean, and Japanese person? Can you guys actually tell as Asians?
Yeah.
All right, let's see.
Okay,
You guys
yeah,
join
okay.
answers together.
Right there.
Actually,
It's-
say your answer out loud.
I'll say Japanese.
I'm gonna go ahead and say Japanese. Oh.
Oh, you didn't know China? You said the Korean and Japanese. I didn't know Chinese was an option.
Dude, in the list.
Oh,
what are you
sorry,
talking
sorry.
about? Don't try
do it
that.
again, do it again.
MC Light was on the photo.
All right, go down, go down.
This is Japanese.
Oh, this is.
That's Japanese.
You sure?
Yep.
Yeah.
There we go. There's 15. Let's see.
This is great.
Oh man, I want
A
to
lot of
play
Asians
along.
gonna pass.
Oh, Korean.
No.
Korean.
Japanese.
Korean.
Japanese.
Korean.
I think-
Japanese.
I think
Korean.
it's Japanese.
Korean.
Japanese.
There we go.
Ah.
Come on, the blonde hair?
I won, babe.
Okay.
This is tricky, I think.
God, with the glasses, I'm gonna go
It's,
ahead and
it's
say
the vibe, because the vibe can kind of throw off, I think, some of these.
I'm gonna say Chinese.
Kalila?
You know, we haven't had a Chinese one yet, so let's
We
go
have.
Chinese.
Boom.
Yeah.
Like, I would have said Japanese.
Okay. Korean.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
Korean
it looks like
for
a youth,
sure.
that's a youth pastor.
Yeah, it's Korean for sure. He's pastor.
Come on, George. Let's get in
Chinese.
on it, George.
No, I would say Korean.
Chinese.
Korean.
Yep.
Wow.
Yes,
Fuck.
Is it the
All right.
face shape? It's a face shape.
Yeah, I suck. I fucked up.
Ooh.
Ooh, he's Filipino.
I was gonna say none of the above.
I'm gonna say Korean.
I'm going Chinese.
Bobby, Chinese, Korean.
If that's Korean, I'm just gonna lose my shit. I'm gonna say Chinese.
Why you lose your shit?
Ooh, oh, right there.
There we go.
That's a hard one.
Cough.
Japanese.
Yeah. He looks like, or is that a trick? Because the way his hair is and his glasses. Kalila.
I'd say Japanese.
Damn, dog. Fuck. That
We
was
don't
hard.
know either.
No, China has a lot of diversity, like variety.
Yeah.
Hard
that's,
one.
that we don't.
This is.
Oh, that's got to be Japanese.
Right?
That looks
That's-
like.
I say
put
Chinese.
the knockoff.
Chinese.
I say Japanese.
If you go Japanese,
Korean.
What?
oh, we're both wrong. In fact, what I would love to do is get you. Let's do next time. Let's do this, all right?
Great.
Whoever our guest is next time.
Make them take this every time.
No, but let's create our own one.
Mhm.
So you do it.
Find
You
people.
can't judge. No, get 30 people,
Okay.
right? 10, 10, 10, right? Let's throw in another category.
Which-
Philippine or Jungle Asians. Jungle Asians should be a fourth category. And when I mean that, I don't mean that in a negative way. I'm just talking about Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, and the Philippines.
Explain.
Indonesia.
Yeah,
Guys, they're juggling. I'm not being
Right.
disrespectful. There are these people
Okay,
that are
yeah.
juggling.
Are they finishing it up?
Anyway, thanks for listening to another episode, and I love you guys so much. Good night.
So would you say go to hell?
They were open.
Did you see me? Anybody see me open her phone?
Not while I was sitting here.
Thank you so much, and that's why you and I should be detectives.
That's the truth.
True detective.
Truth
season 4.
detectives.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
True detectives.
Yeah, I think that you and I would be honest with each other if we were detectives.
I highly doubt that. He is.
I would
the
save
biggest
That was fucking brilliant. He's such a funny bastard, man. I gotta watch the Ethan video as well at some point. It's not that great, yeah. Just something to watch. Kill the last one. remember where I am. Oh yeah, good idea, man. Yep, let me rest of runes and get myself a vape, and I'll chuck it on right now. Is it Theo Von? Oh yeah, CK. Fuck, I haven't heard about him in ages, man.
All right, we got some new merch to tell you about. We got the vintage rat tee, the hunting club hoodies and hats, if you like to get out there with that gunpowder, as well as some new colors in the BGTY Be Good to Yourself collection. Get that and more at theovonstore.com.
Does he address any of these like
new tour dates to announce?
I guess probably
I will be in
probably
Las
not.
Vegas on
He's probably
June
long
30th
moved on from
and
that, I'm
July
guessing.
2nd at the Encore Theater. Get pre-sale tickets with code RATKING starting Wednesday, January 11th at 10 a.m. Pacific time. General on sale starts Friday, January 13th at 10 a.m. Pacific time. We're also adding a 6th show in Austin on June 8th and a 4th show in Houston on March 23rd. We also have a few tickets left in Louisville, Indianapolis, Shreveport, Baton Rouge, Boston, Medford, Corpus Christi, and Phoenix and New York City. Get tickets at theovon.com/TOUR.
Yeah, exactly. And it was like,
Today's guest is a rare.
God,
he's a rare.
10 years ago or
He's
whatever.
one of a kind, and he is. People say that all the time about people, but he is that. He's a comedian. He's a filmmaker. He has a new special streaming on January 28th. Live from Madison Square Garden. You'll be able to watch the live stream of it. We'll put that information below. I saw him perform last night. It was unreal. Happy to have him here today, Mr. Louis C.K.
I'll sit and tell you my stories. Shine on me, and I will find a song I will sing it.
I sweat more when it's cold, weirdly.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Hey man, I'm gonna be Elden ringing all weekend.
Warm up, I sweat less. Like at night, yeah.
We used to have a buddy. Listening about sweating, but it made me think about reptiles. I used to work on this farm, and we had a dude. After it would rain, he would go lay on the concrete up there. He'd take his shirt off and go lay on the concrete, like
Really?
like a reptile kind of guy.
Because it felt good. It cools off. That's like what dogs do. They sit on the hearth,
Oh, really?
Yeah, they sit somewhere. They find a cool spot on the floor,
How
I think
good,
it
yeah.
just felt good on his skin.
Fucking
After it would
right.
rain, he would take his shirt off. This dude named Lance, and
He was really in touch with what made him feel good. That's a good thing.
yeah, that's a good point.
A lot
Yeah,
of people won't do that.
He's really in touch, yeah.
He's
Yeah.
like, I know that feels good, so I'm going to do it.
yeah,
That's all right.
yeah. It is kind of nice. I think there's probably more stuff people would do in public if they were less probably like inhibited or whatever about it.
Oh, definitely. I was in a
We move this a little closer on you. Then?
yeah, sure. I was in I think those places that are like it's like a chain restaurant, but it's a little better. You know what I mean? A little better.
Yeah, like
Like
BJ's.
yeah,
or
that
something.
kind of thing.
Yeah.
I forget what it was, but it was daytime and it was really dead in there, in some, I don't know, Akron, Ohio, or some horrible place, and some big lady came in,
Yeah.
off the street, and you could tell they were like,
Yeah.
okay, like they have something where they just let her come in. You know what I mean?
Right. Let her come in, let her smell everything.
Yeah, she got stopped at the door one day and it got. So, you know what I mean? But you can see they're like, okay, you see, they went to the manager. He's like, it's okay. It's okay. There wasn't enough customers in there. She came in and she just started walking through the restaurant. And she takes the creamers, those metal tin creamers that are on the kind of places.
Uh-huh.
She starts drinking cream. And then
The
she
fuck?
leaves. Ooh. And I thought, if I wasn't worried about how that looks, I might do that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like there's something about creamers as a kid that's kind of magical. This
Oh,
nice
yeah.
cold cream. Maybe she knows the time they just poured them, so they're nice and cold. But if you'd had no concern about
Right.
you might walk by a restaurant and go, I bet they got some nice cold creamers and I'm going to have myself some. You know?
Yeah, I could see that coming through and just kind of sniffing the cream, just having some.
Yeah.
Just being, I always want to like touch people on the back of their neck.
Yeah. Wow, that's an interesting one.
I feel like it's like the most kind of like, it's almost like a real parental place.
Oh yeah, it's caring. It's
Yeah.
So you mean you're the parent?
I don't know. I mean, maybe I would dress up in a suit or something, but I don't know if I would be like the parent. But I just, yeah, sometimes I want to do that. Even when I'm just talking to people, I want to like, I almost feel like if I put my hand on the back of their neck, we would know more about each other or something.
Yeah.
You know?
You'd be closer. You'd be an arm's length away.
Yeah. When I was in school, in middle
Hard to
school,
escape that moment.
yeah, it's hard to escape it. So then I think you're there with like the honesty of whatever's really going on. When I was in middle school, if you got in a fight, they made you stand in the hall all day and hug each other like this.
No shit.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean, like hands on each other's
Hands
shoulders?
on each
Like
other's
you're gonna
shoulders.
slow dance?
Yeah.
You and another dude?
Yeah.
And you're both going, this is bullshit.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
after, for how long?
Oh, probably. I think I was out there for 4 hours one time, probably.
What the fuck?
And this kid Brad
And
Castleman.
did you have like blood on you from the fight still? And
Yeah, it's still pretty dirtied up. I mean, I will. Yeah, he got the best of me.
That's fucking weird as shit.
But yeah, we were out there, and the kids would come through during the like, and you try to be kind of cool, like while it was in class, you would try to like just like be like you would kind of relax and be cool with each other, and like, then when the kids the bell would ring and they would switch classes, you'd be like, "This is fucking gay, dude." You're
Right.
gay. You know, you would like.
But then you're alone out there during class time.
Yeah, so you'd have to get to know each other.
So you really would talk, probably, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there'd be like a period of just like, man, fuck this, fuck you, man.
Yeah.
But then you start going. So what do you like? What are you doing after school, or where you know? Is your do you have sisters,
Right.
brothers? Right?
Yeah.
You start.
Oh yeah, you
talking.
get into it, and then he became a friend. So I like that. I think there's
It's
something
a really
about that.
smart idea. The only that pose of hands on shoulders. It reminds me of when I was. I mean, that was middle school, so this was 5th, 6th grade. Kids, boys and girls started saying they want to be boyfriend girlfriend. You know, they started to be that thing. And it was only the cool kids that could do that. Like anybody that was below, you know, in the nerdy or just not popular.
Anybody with glasses on was out.
Oh no, you had no currency.
Yeah.
But all the cool kids got to hook
Anyone
up.
with glasses.
And so they would be like Mike McDougal and Amanda Stebbins, these real people, are gonna kiss, and they did it as a tribe too. You didn't just walk up to girl like I walked up to girls and said, "You want to be my girlfriend?" They're like, "Flag on the play,
No.
buddy. That's not how it's done." That's like somebody coming off the sidelines and just getting in the play. Hey, give me the get the
It's like
fuck out
somebody
of
come
here.
in and just sipping your cream.
No, yeah. So you had to. It would be like they'd decide as a tribe. Mike and Amanda are gonna be a couple.
Yeah.
So Amanda's friends would push her, and Mike's would push him, and they'd have to go to some place and kiss. They're
Like
gonna
by the
kiss
tree
now.
or something. Yeah.
Yeah, and they would stand like that with hands on shoulders, just that exact. And they'd be like looking, like trying to look to the sides, and everybody's going, "Come on!" And everyone's, "Come on, Mike, you it!" And like fucking screaming at him, and he's like,
"Oh shit,
and, Amanda, don't be a," you know, that's just whatever. And then they'd kiss,
And one of
and
them's-
everybody goes, "Oh!" And it was that was
Queers!
it. Yeah,
Something like
they're
that.
both queer somehow.
And one of them's stepdad was there too. You're like, what is that dude?
Yeah,
doing
why
here?
is he, "Yeah, come on, Mike." But it's a similar thing of kids, two young people trying to. Your teach. I never heard that. Your school must have. That's a really creative and interesting.
I thought it was. It was one, and
Just
me and
killed
that
itself.
guy are still friends. I just saw him a couple weeks ago.
Aw.
And I thought,
Do you
but
still do that thing just to talk sometimes?
we should.
Ah,
Just once in a while. It should be a regular
the
thing.
fuck is this?
Shining moment.
Yeah.
Just sing a little.
Yeah.
It almost reminds me of Lord of the Flies, what you're talking about, because it really was. I never thought about it like that. Like the whole tribe kind of had to agree that Scott
Yep.
and Jessica were gonna kiss.
That's right.
And then, like, if you were like a little bitch that would stand there and kind of like just like watch, and like some people were right up there, like nudging him in, but some people were in the back
Huh,
just
look at
yelling.
this.
shit,
Right.
No,
things were very
that's
tribal,
it, buddy.
medieval. There's microcosms there at those ages.
oh yeah,
I had a friend who was very popular, but he had me like as a side bitch in some weird way. Like I was his friend.
Jeez,
but
look
I
at this
didn't
thing,
get
he's
to hang out with
smashing.
him. We lived close to each other. He lived
Right.
2 houses down from me.
I don't think
So
I
he
can
would hang
take
out
it
with
yet.
me, just me and him. But when he was out with his boys, like I just wasn't invited. It was
Right.
a weird thing. But one time I was playing basketball with him, and some guy from his group came over, and because he was kind of a leader, and he was telling this guy why he's out.
Okay.
And I hadn't seen that before. Like I just sat and listened, and he was like saying, he was like, "Hey man, why are you mad at me? Everybody's saying you're mad at me. Nobody talks to me anymore." This other guy, like, why is nobody talking to me? And he said, "Cause you changed, and you're not cool anymore." And he's like, "What do you mean I changed? I'm just being myself." And he's like, and he wouldn't give him the information. Like he hadn't done anything.
Oh.
He's just
Shit.
like, "You're just out, man.
You're
just-
out.
It's not. You should look into yourself and decide.
Wow.
What did you do? You think about it. It's not for me to tell you." And the poor kid was like crushed because this was he was part of.
It's like a
group,
proper
and he was out.
filtering, man.
And you'd never seen him be in that kind of
I'd
situation.
never seen that. And I was fascinated by it.
Yeah.
And he also did it openly in front of me because I just didn't count. You know.
Right. He's like, this
So-
is some fly on the wall. This guy
Yeah.
will never. Yeah.
But
He'll
we
never
were like
tell
10.
anybody.
Everybody was 10 in the story.
I know,
It's like, where the fuck did he get this sophisticated kind of like Dick Cheney kind of like, you're out, you know.
You're,
fucking
And like your message, yeah, it's
you're
Louis C. It
dead,
doesn't even
son.
matter. Yeah,
Get
Louis
yourself
C.
buried.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know he was.
It
yeah,
didn't
I
matter.
was-
He'll never make it to the Capitol to tell anyone. He'll
No,
never-
I was
yeah.
a servant. Yeah, I'm like the guy who got shot in the face.
Yeah, yeah.
oh, nice.
Dude,
Nice.
I remember. What were you just talking about? Oh, you were talking about Friends.
Middle school.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's crazy when you look at a 10-year-old. It just looks like they're doing nothing, kind of like they're dumb and their neck's getting longer. But then it's like you look at you like But then like you hear a story like that and you're like, yeah, they have this whole cosm
Yes.
and universe that's going on.
Well,
And
yeah,
it's-
because we don't see it. When you see kids, they kind of look just frozen faced. And because when an adult walks in the room, like in Lord of the Flies, did you ever see the movie?
Oh yeah, I did.
Well, it ends with just like this boot, this adult boot in the foreground.
Oh
And the
yeah.
kids just it just stops all the madness.
Shut
stops.
it down. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, you're right. In their own world, they're,
It's so wild to think about that, because I really get infatuated with those kind of times, man. Like, I love that kind of stuff. I loved growing up. I loved like the mystery of all of it, like how everything was so crazy, and it was just, and the things you could do, man. We used to like I remember the first time I ever touched a girl's breast. Right? They had this this dude in our neighborhood. He was an Elvis impersonator, right? And
like on stage or just in life.
I would say a little more life.
Yeah, I mean, he walked around dressed like Elvis.
Yeah.
Okay.
He walked around. I mean, he did as good as he could to get, to be there, and anyway,
That's
yeah,
weird
but
as
he
shit.
Well, something happened to him. He got hit by he'd broken a leg or something, and they set it like they got it set he got it set locally. Basically, had it like somebody do it. So when it broke again, he had like a
He had a natural Elvis.
yes. So he was halfway to Elvis right there. He had that.
So that he started with that, and then he was like, "Hey, man,
Yeah.
thank you very much."
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
he just started getting into it.
Yeah, he was just a
Wow.
nice guy that was.
I don't think
thank
even
you.
Elvis got started like that.
I know. So at least you could
Wow.
say it was grassroots, kind
Right.
of. So
Or maybe he had a moment in the mirror where he's like this, and he goes, "I could either walk around like this, or I could put." Maybe it was a way to save it,
yeah, I think it probably saved him some face because he was probably very embarrassed. So anyway, his kids, he made him stay in the yard, right? He had an electric fence on their yard, and they were Pentecostals. And one of the girls let me touch her breast through
This
that
is awesome,
fucking
this sacred
fence,
brain.
dude. And she wore a mother's nightgown. I remember she wore like an adult woman.
Wait a minute, I missed the connection. Who is she to the Elvis?
Daughter.
guy? Okay. And how old were you?
I was probably 10 or maybe 11.
And she was what?
I don't know, 40. I don't know. I mean, in my mind, she was
Right, she was
an adult. She had a little. It wasn't even a tit,
anyone
really.
with tits was.
It wasn't even a
100
tit.
years
It was
old.
like a kid's breast. I mean, it was
Right.
not a kid's breast.
This
I mean,
is
it's- yes.
Well, you were a kid. You can't be a child molester when you're a child.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And I'm gonna say that to
You're
everybody
welcome.
out there, too.
Yes.
Yeah.
All you kids out there,
Yeah. Yeah.
you're not pedophiles.
Yeah. But I remember still, dude. There was just so much fear reaching through that.
Oh yeah.
The
So
electricity.
is it a chain link fence?
No, it was like a wire, and it's not a barbed wire, Pull up an electric fence, Zachary, if you don't mind.
Yeah, it's like on wood, right? It's just a cord.
Yes. It's like a very...
Oh, so you reached your hand through the fence.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
There you go.
So there was plenty. It wasn't like you were touching fence.
No, but it was so...
So
and
she came up to the fence.
Yeah.
Wearing her mother's nightgown.
I swear to God, it was it was an adult. To me, it seemed maybe so adult also, too.
I just want a little context,
okay,
like before and after.
Yeah,
because what I'm picturing with this picture that you're showing of like this fence in a field, which is where electric fences are usually in a desolate place.
Right, this was undesolate.
I'm just picturing this girl with like wind flapping around this thing, and then you just come, and then you just do this.
This was like
it's the way you get, like it's scanning your hand so you can get into the chamber. But was it like, did you make a plan, or did you see her across? Did you see her across the fence and go, "Hi, Becky," and then you came to talk, and then she said, "Would you like to touch my breast?" Was it like that?
I knew she liked me.
Okay.
And I knew that they couldn't get out. Like their dad did not let. Like they didn't have a babysitter, so they would just lock the gate or whatever. Right. This is the kind of those times.
Yeah.
And so
those times for some people.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I mean, it was like, yeah, in our area, I think if you had a gate, that was your step. That was like your dad.
Okay.
For a lot of people.
Latchkey kid.
Yeah, just like that.
Yeah.
So, but I remember, I got close and just, she knew I liked her, and I think she'd been a little bit. She had dated. I think she'd been on a date.
Okay.
So she had maybe a little more, I felt like she had the experience.
At that age, there was that thing where some of us had done it and some of us hadn't.
Yeah. Oh, and it was such when we heard that there was a summer where somebody, like, got a boner, or, like, got a sex on a pool toy or something.
Holy fuck.
And people were losing their shit.
Yeah, the kid who got rejected by my friend, he went rogue. He became a bit of a nut. So then when we were all in middle school, or about to be in middle school, he started doing some drugs and stuff, and he would at Halloween, I remember, he would wait till the end of the night and fucking take kids candy. Like he would take full sacks. He would just walk up to kids and just grab and get the fuck away from me, and he didn't even like the candy. He was really fucked up, but I found him. I sort of latched myself to him. Like I went from that other friend. I'm like, this is the guy. I mean, this is somebody worth knowing now. But he was the first kid I knew who had like a shit ton of porn and stuff, and so and he was the first person I talked about sex with.
Oh no!
And he was like, someday I gotta fuck a woman. So So then I heard that he fucked a girl.
Oh, wow!
And I remember I saw him in a park, and I'd heard that he fucked a girl, and I ran to him.
Yes, yeah.
And I said, "Hey, man, I heard you fucked a girl." Yeah. And he said, "Calm down, man. Calm down. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Just shut up." And I realized he's on the other side of this line, that I'm a child and he's a man. Yeah. And he wanted nothing to do with me anymore. So, yeah, it was tough.
Yeah, there's that line. There's that, like, moment you cross over, man. I remember finding some pornography in my brother's closet, and I found some liquor at the same time, right? And so I was having liquor and looking at pornography, and I blacked out. I couldn't handle it. I blacked out and fell off the shelving unit.
And it wasn't from the liquor, maybe. You just couldn't. You just overloaded.
Yeah, I had two sips of it. It was.
Hey, is it just me,
I don't
or
think it was anything
could
I
you
couldn't
always
handle.
get to this area?
Yeah, it was
without
too much
doing
at
the boss
beginning.
first.
Oh, there was
Sex
so
was too
much.
much. I remember the first.
I seem to think.
Girl
Thought you had to do.
Sexual
What's
feeling
his name
about was this
first?
girl in junior high school. We called it junior high school where I grew up.
Yeah.
And I had this fantasy about her. I would lay in my bed. This before I did anything to myself or anything. I just lay in bed and think about her.
Oh yeah.
And I would picture her. She wore this because I always saw her at gym class.
No, I could do that. Okay.
Yellow
Yeah, I must obviously.
T-shirt and
obviously,
blue
just
shorts
remember.
was the we wore uniform at gym.
Oh wow.
And I just would picture her just lifting
Oh,
her
no,
T-shirt
no,
just
no.
a little bit, and I go, stop there. Like I would tell myself, don't ever in your life think past that point. It's all past that is not okay.
Wow.
And I stayed there for a long time.
Did you Oh, I remember at summer camp they had this cute girl, right? I think
Yeah.
she was cute. I don't know. She was a female. and she would let us come over and look. She had like this kind of boyfriend that liked her, and we were all kind of
Yeah.
jealous. This other camp counselor,
Yeah.
and sometimes she would let us come over and look down her shirt. And
Oh,
he
yeah?
and he would sit there right by, kind of
Oh, a little bit of a cuck thing, little.
like monitoring, like you're allowed to come in
Yeah.
and see what's in the shop, you know?
Whoa.
It was
And he was a
crazy.
counselor?
Yeah.
Were you a counselor? Were they all
No,
counselors?
I was a kid.
Wait a minute. So you were a counselor.
No, I was a
she
kid.
counselor?
She was a counselor. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, she was a counselor. Yeah.
Oh, so it was like, we're going to let the boys look at her tits.
Yeah, I think it was just, I don't know if it might have been raining out or something, and there wasn't like anything planned or whatever, but I remember that we got to go over and like, and one kid, I remember this crazy dude.
Yeah.
This black kid tried to put his hand in
Oh,
the
really?
shirt. Yeah.
What'd they do? What did the
They
guy
said
do?
no, the guy kind of shut him down. He was
Okay,
like,
that's
"No."
what he was there for.
And then, I
Yeah.
was like, oh, this kid knows more than I do, right? Because I was
Right.
like, I went up hands behind my back. Like I was so.
Oh, you did?
Oh, man. I was like, because I feel like if my hand, I can't control my hands.
These
around
fucking
the tip.
bears, man.
So I got to put
But
them.
back there, that's enough control.
It just gave me a
Yeah.
little bit of leeway
Just
where
a little bit, yeah.
if I felt them coming across
Yeah, you
my
could
hips.
walk away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. I'd like to imagine the conversation between those two counselors, you know. What are we going to do today? Checkers? What are we going to do? It's rain. And then she's like, how about we let him see my tits? And he's like, well, I don't know. I'll be okay. If I'm in the room, I think that's okay.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah, it was just, but it's a crazy how like moments were so, I don't know. There was nothing stronger in the world to me than some of those moments of being a child, especially when
Yeah.
like sexualization came into
Oh,
things.
this is just a giant. I mean, I had a really slow build because I wasn't like in the popular group. So I didn't kiss a girl in middle school once. I didn't kiss a girl till high school, till sophomore year in high school.
That's kind of normal, I
I
think.
guess maybe it is, yeah.
But you had the good-looking friend that would kiss girls.
Oh yeah, there
Me
was a
too.
couple. I remember this guy Mike walking with him once from school. We could leave, go out for lunch and stuff at our high school, and he took his shirt off. It was summer, so he was just walking in shorts or something, and girls were catcalling him, and I'd never heard of that. Of girls, they were going, "Oh, Mike, you know, come on, baby, give it to me," and he'd go like, "No, not for you." He was like kind of coy.
Yeah.
And I never knew that girls like lusted after guys. I just thought it's guys want sex and women, you know, girls let you when they want to let you for some other reason or something like that.
Yeah.
Because I still hadn't done anything. And then when I was a sophomore, I met a girl. There was a girl that I went on a date with, who I just fell in love with.
Oh,
and we
yeah.
kissed and we fell in love, and then she lost interest immediately. So I got heartbroken right away. But we only ever kissed. But this girl Becky was the first girl that she was like, "Let me touch her tits.
Oh.
Let me put my hand in her jeans."
Whoa!
It was like all at once with Becky. Just those two. Because the early things are all things you do
Whoa.
for them. Yeah, I mean the idea they're gonna touch your dick is like that. That
was crazy.
Never gonna happen.
No.
The first like 3 bases are all shit you do for them, really.
Yeah, and my my penis hurt so much. I've been touching it so much. It was always in pain. I felt like.
Yeah.
I was like,
Fucking
no.
self-abuse.
Oh, dude. It was,
Too much.
yeah, like if I treated anything as bad as I treated my penis, it would be
Mhm.
unbelievable. Imagine if you
Yeah.
had a little guy around and you just beat him on the back all the time until he spit up.
And it feels really good. When he spits, you're like, yeah. It would be hard not to beat the shit out of that kid every day.
I would hire other people to come beat him. The NFL playoff picture is locked in. And my
Oh,
go-to
God.
place for wild card round action is DraftKings Sports Book. It's an official sports betting partner of the NFL. To kick off the road to the Super Bowl 57, new customers can bet just $5 and get $200 in free bets instantly. If you don't have an issue with gambling, then I think this is the place to do it. Plus, all new and existing customers can get a no-sweat bet each day of the wild card round this weekend. Just place any NFL bet of your choice, and if it loses, you'll get a free bet back up to $10. Action's so good, why bet NFL playoffs anywhere else? Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code THEO. New customers can bet $5 on the NFL and get $200 in free bets instantly. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook with code THEO. Minimum age and eligibility restrictions apply. See show notes for details. Do you hope to grow your e-commerce business in the new year? You may be selling pool toys. You may be selling wristlets. If somebody likes something on their wrist, you know, some people, they show their wrist. They don't want a naked wrist. I understand it. But if you're selling anything, then
They don't want a
you may face
naked
some
wrist.
e-commerce challenges in the coming
I
year.
understand it.
Especially after the holidays with people returning things and things don't fit, you know. Well, I ordered a bikini and this is a damn a onesie, you know.
It's a common mistake.
ShipStation can help you figure all of this out. That's right. ShipStation helps you get through things faster, whether you run a side hustle or a giant warehouse. Keep customers happy and fulfill more orders than ever, all while cutting shipping costs and managing it all from a single dashboard. And they have the best rates in the industry, which just got even better with up to 86% off USPS and UPS rates. It's not a question of if you should switch to ShipStation, but why you haven't already. Make the new year the best year and grow your business with ShipStation. Use promo code THEO today at ShipStation.com to sign up for your free 60-day trial.
Oh, come on.
That's ShipStation.com. Use promo code THEO. If you're starting a side hustle or if you have a big business, shipping you don't want it to be hard. You want it to be easy. ShipStation. Make ship happen.
Yeah, no, it really is crazy that I feel for little boys because it's like you're a boy, you don't know how to handle yourself, you don't know how to keep your room clean. You know, little boys they smell, they're animals.
Yeah.
And then you learn that there's this thing that makes you calm. And it's like, forget it. You'll rip it off. You'll rip it straight off your body. Like you get as close as you can.
Oh yeah.
No, you get to the point where like I can't do it anymore. Like I need like a week off because it stings. I can't get
yeah. Oh, I want to rip it off and throw it back to Africa sometime. Like that's really how I feel, man.
Sure.
And somebody over there, they'll make a fucking soup out of it. You know what I'm saying? They don't even. It's like
that's what they'll do.
Or
they
I
just
think
wait for white dicks to land. There's another one. There's another kid who couldn't take it, and they make a soup.
Throw it back to the motherland. Yeah, I love stuff like that, man. Those feelings, all that stuff. Did you have like a role model telling you about sex or anything growing up?
No. I had friends and all of us. I remember when my friends and I first started, like the group of friends that I had would talk about sex. And we were like telling each other how it works. And one kid said, "Well, you put your penis in her vagina, and you just and you come." He said that you come. One of your balls comes out when you come.
Oh.
And it really hurts.
Oh. Yeah.
And I said, and we had sex ed in school. I said, I don't know if you guys paid attention, but that's not what happens. I said, first of all, you go in and out. And all my friends were like, "You fucking idiot! No, you don't. You, just go in.
You don't go
What
in
an
and out
idiot.
like somebody who's loitering at a Hardee's or something."
Yeah,
like
the door. No, you just go. He's just like you just leave it in there. But no, my father taught me. My father's an odd guy, and he sat me down, and he said, "I think my mother told me you need to talk to him." Oh. I had three older sisters. I was the only boy, so she said you need to talk to him. And what he told me was, he said, when you have sex with a woman, you need to make her desire you. So you enter her. He just skipped all the how it works.
What the fuck sort of advice is
A
this?
little bit. You just barely touch her, and then you come out and you withhold. He was Mexican, and he had a weird sort of traditional. He'd say, and then you make her beg and beg, and then you go in again, and you go only a little bit, and then you just come out again, and you keep withholding until she can't stand it. Wow. And only then do you really penetrate her, and she'll come like a rocket. Like he taught me how to make a woman come. He wasn't wrong,
right?
He wasn't wrong, But I think you need to tell a little kid some other shit first. Before you get to like how to make a middle-aged woman come.
Yeah, that's
You know
crazy.
what I mean?
Yeah.
But that's what he was like. He was very narcissistic, and
Wow. Yeah,
who taught you about sex? I mean, did you have? I'm asking the same question. A mentor?
Yeah, thanks for asking, man. My dad was 70 when I was born, so my dad was an older guy, and so he would always tell me he had dated chicks' grandmothers that were like in my class and stuff like that. And he would show me like poems that he had written, and they were like on paper that was like disintegrating. Like it was like it was.
Also, he was teaching you about romance.
Yeah, my dad was more of a romancer.
That's nice.
So he was teaching me about romance, but nothing about sex. One time I saw him. I think he had cancer or something, but he was walking down the hall, and like I thought he was going to have like he had a new girlfriend. And we were at her house. She had a nice house.
Shut
She made all this
up.
beef brisket or whatever. I'd never even seen it. You know, blew my fucking mind.
Yeah. Just were your parents married?
They were married till I was 7, and then they got divorced.
And did he have kids before with other women?
Yeah.
Okay.
He had 3 other children.
Okay, so now you're how old?
I'm maybe at this point I was probably 12.
And you saw him somewhere, and he had another girlfriend.
Yeah.
Fed
And she
you
let us
brisket.
stay at her house.
You'd
Yeah.
only ever had bologna and cold cuts or something.
Oh, I'd never had brisket.
No, of course not.
I mean, I never even could imagine it. And then he was walking down the hall, and I thought he was going to like have sex, but it was at nighttime, and I would sleep on the living room couch. And then he literally he was sick, and he defecated all over himself, and it was like one of the scariest and craziest
Holy
things that ever
shit.
happened. Because I remember watching him and thinking, "Wow, my dad's going to like be with this lady, you know." And she was
Yeah.
like wealthy, and I don't even know why she even liked us, but she did. And then he was sick, you know. And then I was so afraid to try to go to help or anything because he was like he had cancer and he was getting real sick. I didn't know.
Wow.
But it was anyway, that story took kind of a weird turn, but
Yeah, it did.
that's just life, you know.
But,
it was like a moment where there was just a lot of life at
But
once.
so one interesting way you put it is you say she didn't know why she liked us. So you and your dad were like a unit. You were like a team. Like when he left, when your mom and him divorced, you went with dad.
No, I stayed with my mom, but I always felt like my dad was just more loving.
Yeah.
My mom has like kind of like an emotional kind of autism, like she can't
Yeah.
like show you affection, kind of.
That's hard. Yeah.
And
There's a lot of parents like that. It's hard.
is there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was just kind of like, but she's a hard worker and stuff. But anyway, it was so then, and I was kind of infatuated by my dad because nothing he did, he was older, so everything was off a little. It didn't
Yeah.
make sense. And it was kind of, I think it was more fascinating, you know, being around him.
Yeah, I felt that way about my dad a little bit because he wasn't like any of my friends' dads. He was a strange guy. He was a Mexican and
Did he
very
look
serious
Mexican?
dude. Yeah, a bit like a European Mexican. You know, there's a lot of different kinds of Mexicans. I lived there till I was about 7.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, he was weird. So I kind of I was fascinated by him, but he didn't show much interest. I just remember him always looking at his eye level. Like he didn't look down at me much. I just always looked up at his face, and he was looking that way.
Wow.
And
What
it's
does that do to you?
Well, it's hard, but I feel more bad for him because he was alone up there. I didn't think about that. I do now.
Ooh,
'cause
great
he's,
X.
very, very old and in a chair like this, and he's alone. No, we don't go see him much. Me and my sisters.
Yeah.
And my mom, I mean, when she died, and in her last year of life, when she was, we were like there, and kept her in our houses and took care of her till the last second. She had us all around her, never alone, because she was a loving person. She, you wanted to be with her.
Oh, wow.
But my dad was all fucked up in his own head, and he was, I mean, narcissism is like it's a sickness.
Yeah.
And it's isolating, and it's very sad. I feel bad for him now. I'm able to feel bad for him because he was. It was painful to be his kid, physically and mentally. So, but I'm past that. 55 years. It takes a long time to,
Were you
to be able to
surprised how
see
long
him.
it took to get past that kind of stuff? Because I find it's interesting. A lot of our audience is like kind of guys that kind of like are still figuring things out. It's kind of like a lot of late bloomers.
Yeah.
I think, and no judgment to any of the listeners, but yeah, I think a lot of young men are stuck in this time where it's like, yeah, it's almost like you're figuring your shit out, your parents' shit out. It's like it's almost come to like this kind of like curve in the pipe where it's like we got to kind of figure this shit out in here.
Yeah, I think that's right, and I think it's hard. I don't think you can rush it. I think
Yeah.
it happens later because something comes loose. It just does. It's nothing you can figure out. It's nothing where you can go, oh. I mean, you think about it once in a while. And also you spend a lot of life avoiding it, right? So, like when I was a young dad and stuff, I just pushed my dad away. I just didn't want to think about it. So I just decided he didn't matter anymore for years. And like when I was little, I remember he was spanking me once, which is now to me a really odd thing is a man's hand spanking a fucking bare ass of a child, a little bony. I can't fathom it now.
Yeah, put pants on that kid.
Yeah, man, what are you doing? It's really gay and weird.
Yeah.
But I remember being spanked so fucking hard, like it was like blackout spank, like I can't handle this. And I remember thinking to myself, I think I was about 9. I thought the day I get a wallet, like that was the magical thing. The day I get a wallet with that money in it and cards and that set of keys, the second I have that, I ain't never gonna look at this person again in my life. I'm getting away from this guy as soon as I have those. That's all you need.
So you had a lot. It really.
Yeah, I really didn't like being around him. And my mother divorced him when I was 10. So then I had a lot of years just with mom where he was around and he would ask for attention sometimes, and I wasn't afraid of him anymore, but he made me uncomfortable. I didn't like being around him. There's a lot of good things about my dad, and I owe him a lot.
Yeah, totally.
You know, and
he created you.
He did, and he also devoted a lot of life to, you know, he was Mexican, and our family in Mexico, they do okay, and they have some influence, and they have, you know, he had a better life there, but he moved to America. It's sort of the opposite of most immigrants. That he went from Mexico where he was pretty well established.
I swear there's
to
an
America where he
invisible
had
thing
no
around
tools
here.
to survive, and where he didn't get the culture, but he did it because my mom was. The
Or maybe
strong
that's
one
a
in the
different
family. My
river.
mom worked really hard, and
Oh, what's
she
this
raised
idiot
us
doing?
And supported us.
Why don't you just
So,
fuck off,
he,
mate?
He is picking my mom instead of somebody in Mexico, and that's how I got to be in the
Here.
land of opportunity. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting, man. How a lot of times it's a previous generation had to kind of take an L. They had to like really.
That's right.
So
Some people
that
have
you
to
could
do
have
that.
it. You know.
It's hard to imagine. Imagine that in your own life. I'm
not
gonna
imagine.
do something shitty.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I'm gonna move to Toledo so my son can.
Nah,
Yeah.
fuck you,
Yeah.
kid.
Yeah.
Good luck. I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna go to Vegas and just keep trying to win.
Yeah, I'd rather sell my ass on the internet.
Yeah,
dude.
fuck that.
Take my chances.
But I went through years of like not wanting to think about him, and then once in a
Oh,
while I
of
would
course.
check in with him and see maybe we have
I thought
something.
I died.
and he'd
Goddamn.
feel the same, and I don't want it. And he didn't even seem interested sometimes, and that was shitty. But then, and my mom meanwhile took care of him. After they divorced, she kept because he was kind of a mess. And I learned from that, from watching my mom do all the way to the end. You know, my mom, when she was dying, she provided for him and stuff. And I learned about her from that. And I asked her about it because she had no reason to be with the guy anymore. They had been divorced since I was 10, and now, you know, this is a few years ago. And she said, I want to send a message to him. She was leaving him some money. She said that I want to send him a message that he's not alone in the world. Now that I'm gone, somebody gives a shit about him. And because that's a promise she made him when she married him, and even though they divorced, she's still honored that promise, even though he didn't stay to his side or whatever. And so that helped me, like that was a role model for me, my mom, later in life. And then after she died, I was about to say left, after she left me. By ceasing to breathe.
Yeah, that's great. And
Yeah.
some guys probably think that
Yeah,
too. Like,
fuck you, Mom.
Yeah,
I needed
good.
you, bitch.
Yeah.
After she died, my sister and I, who were at her a memorial that we had for her, and he came, and neither of us had seen him for a long time. Wow. And we were standing in a room talking about we should where are we gonna put him so we don't have to be near him. And then he walked up with a cane, and we were both like, fuck. come here, and we sat with him, and then we had this interesting affection for him because Mom is gone. She would have wanted us to be good to him, and he
Oh,
was so
shit.
weak, and he was so, and I just felt bad for him, and I felt a tenderness for him. So I go to see him once in a while in this place where he lives. And the last time I saw him, I let go of everything. It just all went away.
Oops.
And now I just feel this tenderness. I just feel so sorry for the guy. All that's left, all anger and guilt, all those bad feelings, they burn away with time. They all burn away completely. And so I'm just left with I'm sort of fascinated by him now. I look at when he he struggles to talk, and I look at his face and watch it struggle, you know. And I feel for him, you know. Anyway, long answer, sorry, but
No, but it's kind of a beautiful answer. It's about how life is, you know. It's like it's funny when you go back to see like kind of the dragon, whatever the dragon is, and time has affected it and it's changed. And
yeah,
you're
it's
like,
all time. It's gonna. I mean, for your listeners that are struggle with it, it's like you can't rush it, and it's okay if you have blocks and stuff. You'll. I mean, you can trust yourself a little bit. You know what I mean? You'll get there. You'll get there when it's time.
Yeah, I think I had a lot of like I was ashamed of my dad a lot. I think because of his age, and so I think for a while I had some issues with that. But even over time, that kind of went away. You notice how I would kind of like probably look at him, or I would introduce him to people as my grandfather. There's little things that it's like, you know, I start to think, well, I wonder how that affected him, or I don't know. It's interesting, man. I just love all that kind of stuff, like how people relate to one another, and especially from our parents growing up.
Did you wish you had a dad like other kids' dads that were like younger and stronger and more dad-like, or more...
A little bit, but then like one dude's, you know, his dad like held up the ready-made with a shotgun for pills, you know. So it was like, my dad just like bought a Cutlass, like a Delta 88. Remember those cars?
Yeah, sure. I remember them well. Yeah.
And pull one up, Zach.
Long car.
Yeah, it was. Oh yeah. Well, he had a
long kind of rectangular car, wasn't it?
Well, he had some of the early ones were. He had a good LTD too for a while.
Yeah, those were fucking. They just that hood. Oh. You could just live on that hood.
Oh, dude, it was so warm in there.
Crazy.
There were always like 4 cats in there.
Yeah, sure.
And they would stay in while we drove somewhere. Like it was.
Those cars floated too, man. They were comfortable.
Oh yeah.
I loved cars like that.
Oh, I feel like you get 6 blocks and you're pregnant in that bitch.
Yeah, that was a dad car when I was a kid. Yeah. But then when I was in high school, everybody would have those. Like kids would have those. They'd spray paint them, whatever, you know, with cans.
They drive like a fucking boat, mate.
Badass fucking cars. I mean, the bumper is like this thick and it's pure steel.
Weighs like a
like
million
iron
tons.
They were so good.
About 3 miles to the gallon.
My dad bought his off a couple like brothers that lived around the corner in our neighborhood. And so it had like these big speakers in it, right? And so he would drive, and he couldn't even hear, right? They had like 22s in the
fuel guzzlers.
And so he would be listening to like Paul Harvey and like whatever that is, NPR or something.
Yeah.
He was with
NPR,
or maybe it's just Paul Harvey. What is that?
Yeah, I don't even know who that is. But...
Good Day. Remember that guy on the radio?
Oh yeah, okay.
Or maybe it was like Rush Limbaugh, right?
Oh, he listened to Rush. Okay, Rush Limbaugh and NPR are very different.
Oh, they are. So he would listen to Rush Limbaugh or those guys. And then it would be like, but it would be with bass, right? Like, so he would just be driving around, fucking listening to like insane, like
with a real bottom to it. Rush Limbaugh.
It was unbelievable, and he always had like this his car was just stacked with just bullshit. Because my dad got this job like going to like he would go to college and sign people up for credit cards, like that guy or whatever.
Oh.
And that was one of the first places he would take me there with him when I was like 11 or 12. He even let me drive him because he was fucking like. You know, at that point, he's 82. Wow. So as soon as I was about like 5, maybe 6 or 7, he let me drive him over there. And then I would stand on the table and like bark at people to come over and get the credit card thing.
Yeah.
And I think maybe that's where some of like my first semblance of like getting on stage or like saying stuff or whatever kind of came from. But yeah, that kind of stuff, man. I love thinking about growing up and what happened and how it affects us now. We had there's another little story I was going to tell you. Let's see if I can think of it one second.
Dad, shot guy was held up the store with a shotgun.
Oh yeah, dude. The other parental role models in our neighborhood, it was pretty bad. You'd have a lot of men.
I wouldn't have traded my dad for other dads. I wouldn't have.
Yeah.
I did like that. I do feel lucky that I had a weird dad, that I had an unusual father. My mom used to say that he's not boring, you know, and it makes you who you are. I mean, you have a very specific background and a very, very, you know, a very rare upbringing, and that's a great thing for you now.
Right. Yeah. At the time, it felt painful, but now I
Yeah.
realize, wow, this was all part of the plan.
That's right.
We had that. Now, I did admire like that Magnum PI dad with the fucking just the hair coming up around the bottom of the shorts.
Yeah.
Like the hair was like trying to get back up to his
Yeah.
mustache. You know, it was like,
Yeah.
this hair has a plan.
That's
like,
right.
Fucking dude, and we had to go out there and push this one dude. Glenn, his dad, had that big dish, that direct TV dish.
Oh yeah, sure.
We had to push that bitch to get the porn, so we'd have to go out there. And you had to earn it, you know.
Wow, yeah.
And we'd have to get that Cinemax, and we'd fucking put your
Yeah.
shoulder into it, or you couldn't come. That was the rule.
That's right. I remember that.
That was the rule.
Cinemax and that stuff. I remember home box office. HBO was the first thing, and I mean I don't know how old are you again?
I'm 42.
Okay, so I'm 55, and I remember first there was just television. I don't know. You probably don't go back that far. It was just terrestrial. I mean, there was just
The antennas.
antennas.
Yeah.
And no TV got really good reception. No TV in the world
Really?
got a reliable picture. I mean, that's the way I remember it. It was just always maybe some rich people, but you were still beholden to weather. You know, phones didn't sound so good. Like everything was a little wonky, and the channels were, you know, whatever different cities, but it was usually like 2, 4, 5, and so it was like ABC, CBS, and NBC.
Right.
And then Fox came along, and it was like, that's interesting. And then you had this UHF channels, which was this other dial. You'd put your dial that just has 7 numbers on U, and UHF had like 50 channels that were a different frequency, and those were local stations that had like movie, like a lot of them showed the local sports would be there.
Right.
In Boston, it was Channel 38 was the Red Sox, and then they had Movie Loft where they'd show old movies. So that's where you could see stuff like that with thousands of commercials and stuff.
Right.
But then HBO came along, and it was a box that you put on top of your television. It was
Oh, that's why
literally
they call it home box office.
Yes, home box office, and also the idea of like a box office, like you're going to a movie. And it had an antenna, I think, and it had but it scrambled. It brought in HBO as a scrambled channel, and this thing was the decoder. I think it was still by antenna at first. And they had like dirty movies, violent movies.
Wow.
They gave you a box. Oh, that's why I call it home box office.
And it was.
They just tweaked.
And then another company called Starcase came along, and they were competitors, but they both. And then they had a cable. Then it was like, we'll bring it to you in a cable. And then cable TV was like everything coming in on this crazy cable, hundreds of channels and all that.
Damn, man,
stuff.
this thing looks pretty fucking sick.
But that thing that HBO did was like, you know, you could see anything.
That changed the game.
Yeah, because otherwise you wait till the movie comes through town. And
Right.
There wasn't, you know, and around then VCRs started up, and then you could get it, you know, those cassettes. And
Yeah, we had VHSs. I remember was
VHS, yeah.
big. You know, we had to ride our bike to go get it, and they had that porn room.
Box
Remember the
office.
room?
Sure.
Like
I
the
worked at
movies.
video store
You did?
when I was a kid, when I was in high school.
Wow.
So I got a little overly too quickly exposed. Like, I mean, we had a porn room.
God, what a time.
And I would run. The guy that owned the store was he gave me the keys. Like he made me run the store.
Oh my God.
So yeah,
dude.
after I would wait, I would like look at the
Home
clock,
box
waiting for
office.
it. Like I just wanted to close,
So I could open.
so I could go in the back room in his office.
Do I want to use
and
that
just
thing?
Fucking,
I don't know if I do.
jizz
Oh.
everywhere.
I would have fucking licked the boxes, I think.
Yeah,
dude.
it was real. It was a lot.
Oh, I remember seeing some. One guy had chiseled some tits into a fucking tree in the neighborhood, right? Back
What?
in these woods behind our fence.
He chiseled
He
into
what?
a tree.
Had chiseled a fucking set of bangers, homie. Some fucking milk muffins, daddy. He fucking chiseled a pair.
With, you mean like an artist?
Chiseled
Like
a
he-
Yeah,
pair.
I don't know what it's called.
Like
What's
a
that
cart?
thin chisel with the little flat head on it? Yeah, I don't know what his tools were or whatever, but this guy was pretty good, I would say, probably. And then, but people would go out there and come, you know, ejaculate
shit.
to it. Oh, you'd see there was porn magazines back there, and it was on this little hill, kind of, so it almost had this
That's incredible.
native. Or I think people said it was Native American or something, but I don't know. If
But
people-
you knew the guy that did it though?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Amazing.
Oh,
Dude, I'll
30
tell you another
strength.
story about the same guy. So he One time, me and my buddy, this kid Summerall, were walking down the street.
And it was a tree though, so it was like a living tree.
Yeah.
And there was tits on it that he chiseled.
And I mean,
folks would come and jack off to it.
Yeah, I don't know
touch
how
it.
many folks. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like people with like buses wouldn't stop.
Yeah, it wasn't like
yeah.
What do you call it?
But if
Graceland or something.
yeah. But if you knew, you knew. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Like, and this was also woods, and people used to go to the woods to jerk off.
Huh.
And that was something you'd find. I think in any town you hear people. There's pornography in the woods. It used to be people would bury a stack of nudie mags.
I found a stack of porn. That's in the woods. That was first time I ever saw any of that.
Yeah, and they had an empty, broken washing machine right there, and people would put the porn in there.
Right.
And so you'd get the, get get that deal out, and then.
Now the first porn I ever jerked off to was some girl, her tits in shorts, and she had gravel all over it because I found it in the dirt.
Oh yeah, that magazine.
Just like pock marks from the gravel. Life is sad, buddy.
Yeah, real, dude.
Life is sad, buddy.
And look, in some cultures you still find that. You know?
So go ahead. I don't mean to interrupt you. So what? So
no, that was it. There would be, you would ejaculate to that, and but it was a different. Yeah, people would go into the woods. It's almost like. You'd bring it back to nature. I mean, my dad, I remember, caught us jerking off one time and made us bury it in the yard. Bury the semen
what the fuck?
To make it like
respectful or something.
Yeah.
But you would just wait a minute. How did he? First you said he caught us jerking off.
Yeah. Well, I guess it was. There was. It was just me, but I say us. So I don't feel alone. I think. I do that a lot.
Sure. That makes sense. But so he walked in and you would just come on yourself?
Yeah. Well, my mother caught me. And then
so she went to him and said, he's been jerking off.
She told him, yeah. She would always kind of rat me out about stuff like that.
Yeah, but was the jizz doesn't stay? Like, how did he?
No, but he just said, wherever this is, you need to take it and put it in the yard.
He just kind of went like that. And...
no. It was on a feet.
Louis loves him, yeah.
So the thing you came on had to be buried.
But I would kind of
weird, man.
It made me create a respect for him. I think, like and it gave me a kind of an affinity for nature.
Sure, you fucked nature in a sense.
Oh, dude, I remember my buddy would come over and we would just fucking mount our pillows in the different corners of the room.
Yeah, when you preteen boys when they start
preteen, yeah,
there is like camaraderie in that stuff.
Yeah.
I had a friend who we used to tell each other stories about girls. Like I'd sleep over his house, and he'd sleep on his bed, I'd sleep on the floor, and we called it telling each other juicers. That's what we called it, juicer. So like he would tell me, he'd say, pick a girl, and I'd say, Gretchen. Yeah. And he'd say, okay, so you and Gretchen are in school, and you're like you decide to walk home together. And we go to her house, and he just walked me through this story. It was good, and then I do it for him.
Fuck.
The girl he wanted.
Oh, I can't even imagine. Y'all did that for each other?
Yeah, we did. It was and I don't think.
That's awesome.
I don't know if we were coming yet. I think it was just about squeezing it and getting this feeling and just listening to what he's saying and just. It didn't occur to us that we were talking about girls. We didn't feel weird about it. We were good friends, I liked him. He was a good kid.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, he was. It's just something you do for a buddy.
Dude, if I laid on a bunk bed right now and another man laid on the floor and told me took me through like a good story, I'd probably appreciate it. It's so much more real than having to just jerk off to something you see on a screen.
Yeah, that's no good.
I think that's one of the things that I miss.
They're good.
Yeah, I think. Dude, I remember when I first got an erection, I thought it was poop coming out of the front. And I remember being so scared. And I told this teacher, and I think the teacher might have been like a gay man. And so then I got this totally weird reaction from him. But I remember thinking that poop was coming out of like it had gotten lost. And that's what the erection was.
That's a terrifying thought.
Oh, dude. Because then I was afraid to go pee because I was like, it's going to smell bad.
Oh, my God.
And
that's terrifying.
Oh. I'm on it. Look at my wig, baby. I'm wigged up and wigged out. I'm wigging. That's right. Keeps. Keeps help you keep your hair. 2 out of 3 men will experience some form of hair loss by the time they are 35 years old. That's unbelievable. but it's what's happening. Look at some people. Some of them don't have no hair. And that's hectic, baby. That's really hectic. If you're ready to take action and prevent hair loss, go to keeps.com/THEO to receive your first month of treatment for free. That's keeps.com/THEO to receive your first month free. That's right. Each treatment plan comes with a full year of unlimited messaging so you can connect with your medical provider about anything at any time. Remember, prevention is key when it comes to hair loss. Treatments can take 4 to 6 months to see results, so act fast. I'm feeling mine come back in. I'm hitting strong. I'm topping out. I got a dang garden, baby. I'm sharecropping. To keep your hair, go to keeps.com/Theo to receive your first month of treatment for free. You know, starting off the new year with some attainable goals is what I try to do. I want something attainable. I want to drink more water. I want to budget better. You know, I want to set aside some time where if I want to have a candy, I'm going to have a candy. I'm not going to feel bad. I'm not going to, whine about it or threaten anybody because I'm angry at myself. I'm just going to have a candy. You can do it. The beginning of the year sets the tone for the rest of the year. And if one of your goals this year is to take control of your credit card debt, now is the time to start. You can use what I've used, Lightstream. They pay off your credit cards faster with a low fixed rate loan. A credit card consolidation loan from Lightstream can help you pay off your credit cards and lock in a low fixed interest rate. I think that's key. If you have one that's at 24% and one that's at 17%, you got to get out of that. Lock them all in. Rates start at 7.99% APR with autopay and excellent credit.
Some movesets that
Plus,
got.
the rate is fixed, so it will never go up over the life of the loan, and that is what is magical.
That could be alright.
From Lightstream.
Curved, great sword. Alright, so I need a bit more decks.
There are absolutely no fees. You can even get your money as soon as the day you apply. Lightstream believes that people with good credit deserve a better loan experience, and that's exactly what they deliver. Just for my listeners, apply now to get a special interest rate discount and save even more. The only way to get this discount is to go to lightstream.com/THEO. That's lightstream.com/Theo. If you think that your rates may be too high, just check it out. See what's there. See what's possible. Subject to credit approval, rates range from 7.99% APR to 23.99% APR and include 0.50% autopay discount. Lowest rates require excellent credit. Terms and conditions apply, and offers are subject to change without notice. Visit lightstream.com/Theo for more information.
No, I grew up in a house. Like we had half a house. We rented the bottom half of a house, so it's just all one level with rooms off of the. So we were all kind of crowded. I had 3 sisters and my mom.
Oh.
And so when I kind of came online, it was hard to hide it because I was just in my room and whatever stuff was going on. And they all kind of became aware of it, and that was horrifying to me. It was horrifying that my mom and sisters were like aware that, like, I think I heard them say, "Oh, that's what my mom was just cheerfully saying. Well, boys have to touch their penises, leave them alone." And she's like, and I'm like, "Stop, Mom," because my mom was just too nice,
Right.
Like I had Playboys hidden as hard as I could hide them.
Oh yeah.
Under my bed, I found a way to put them in the slats or whatever. But I was a boy, so sometimes I would just jerk off and then just leave the room. And so one day I came home and my mom had cleaned my room and she stacked my Playboys for me, like stacked them nicely. And I
just cleaned them up.
Acknowledgement of my sexuality that I was not okay with. It was horrible. I appreciate it now.
Yeah.
But
man, that's so interesting. Yeah, it's like our sexuality. It really is. It's yours. And it's like kind of the only thing that you, especially like in American culture, it's very hidden. It's like, I don't know. It's the only thing that I had. Like, I remember, I don't know. Whatever you're saying, it kind of makes me feel something. It's like, that's my thing. I think I felt a lot in the world like I didn't have everything else was up to someone else.
Right.
Like the environment I was put into, the family I had to live with, the financial circumstance, the pedophiles or whatever in our area. All of that shit was somebody else's doing, But this thing,
it's mine.
It's mine,
That's a very profound thing you're saying. It's very true.
And so I think because I've always had a tough time with like sexual connection, like in my 20s, like I couldn't even, like I had like so much sexual anxiety in my 20s, it was like hard to even engage,
Yeah,
So it was like, but man, yeah, it's just interesting to hear that kind of stuff.
Yeah, because then you take this, you discover this thing, and it is yours in a wilderness, in a world like you're saying. I think it's like that for any kid that age. And then you have this weird.
Just getting a quick drinky.
Offering it to somebody else,
right?
And bringing it to their mind, and combining it, and that's very scary. And everybody has a hard time with that, I think. I think that's fundamentally why people have, like, societally issues with sex, and why there's always sexual puritanialism comes from one place or another.
Yeah.
Is because everyone is just not sure how to handle that thing, because it's so tender. It's like a very... Like I did once, and it's not something I talk about a lot because it's very private for me, but I did psychedelic drug-like therapy once, like treatment with...
Like ketamine?
No, it was MDMA, and I did mushrooms too, but I put on, blindfolded, so it's not like Molly where you're at a party or something, but I went in deep, and I saw this version of my sexuality, which was like, I saw myself as this baby, like floating in space, kind of like with nothing around. And then not directly from the dick part, but kind of like the umbilical cord, like somewhere in between was this like purple, like cord. And I saw it as kind of like a lifeline, but also an outgoing thing, And I saw it as like incredibly fragile. And like if you could have taken a bow from a violin and rung on it, it would have like made a crazy, like, this sorrowful sound. Like it was just like, and I saw it as like this deep want, but also something ancient about it. Like I thought, and the thought I had in my head was, you need to respect that, and you need to pity it, like at the same time.
Wow.
It helped me a lot to look at it that way and to see it as something that, just be careful with that. It comes from a very deep longing, but also a weird wisdom. Like there's so much shit mixed in that.
Yeah.
And it's so...
God damn.
Like you passed out the first time that you encountered it. It's like, it's just so much. And you're given it as a boy, as a fucking boy. You're going, here it is. Here's the craziest thing in the whole world, and it's yours now. But it's yours. So yeah, I mean, to take that and combine it with somebody else and say, I want to share this with you. That is big stuff, man. And most people wear a lot of armor when they do it.
Yeah.
They wear a lot of armor. They would do a lot of, they become somebody else kind of people sexually a little bit, or you play a role, or you do something to come at it in a way that you're going to survive it and be okay and be, you know what I mean, but satisfy it. It's untangleable. It's a fucking mess for everybody.
Wow, it is. It is untangleable. Yeah, I had a girl just kind of break up with me recently. I just started kind of dating, and we just kind of started, and she fucking shut it down. But I remember being, yeah, thanks, man. I remember being like, the part that kind of upset me the most was I told her that I liked her.
Huh.
And it was like, it was just so much risk in that for me. Like admitting that for some reason there was just so much vulnerability around that. Like, I'm going to say, I like you. Because I was afraid that the truth would be that she didn't like me. And I think it goes back to some of those, like this kind of pain that's not even, I don't even know if it's mine, but it's just been in my fucking in my DNA or somewhere that you're going to share. You're going to say, here I am.
Yeah.
And somebody's going to say, not today, right? You can sip out the creamer.
That's weird because you're a comic. Because I don't have. I love telling women I like them.
Really?
I love it.
Wow.
And since I was a kid, I was like that. When I started liking girls, I'd walk up to them and say, "You're just beautiful and you're great, and I want to go out with you or whatever." And then in junior high school, before I'd ever kissed a girl, I learned a thing, which was that all the hottest girls, the top shelf girls, they'll talk to you. They like people. You know what I mean? Like, they'd be aloof if you're trying to pick them up.
Mm-hmm.
But I started making friends with them. And I got to know them really well. Like, I talk on the phone for hours with, like, the hottest girls. What? And I just like being near them. I just like knowing them, you know? Yeah. And I would tell them, like, I would tell them I'm attracted to them, but I accepted that it wasn't.
Yeah, I thought I'd been here.
I wasn't in
Where's,
the marketplace.
Wolf,
but
dude?
it never bothered me, the thing of telling. I like it. If I meet a woman I like, I kind of want. I have to. I've had to learn how to slow down and not tell her too soon. I want to tell her right away.
Yeah, I want to tell her before I meet her. I want to literally send out a mail now.
Yeah. You just want to say, "Hey, I want you. I like you. You're great. This the thing about your face, particularly the way you walk."
Yeah.
Because that admiration is just a huge thing.
Yeah.
But it never bothered me to be rejected. It never bothered me.
Wow,
that's
amazing.
Nice. Because most women, even the snottiest women, would be nice about it. You know, if you go up to the head cheerleader and like, "You want to be my girlfriend?" She's like, "Aw."
She's like, "Give me an N, give me an O."
You don't get her, but you get to have a moment with her.
That's true, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was nothing better than like making a beautiful girl laugh. That was always like, if you could do that.
That's big.
It was like, what? This is a way that I can get to women somehow. Like, this is a way. This is the only way I have to. It's like, I think there's something in that. We're all just trying to use some way to get to one another.
That's right. It's natural. It's how you figure out what's good about you, and then you put it out there. You go, "Here's my thing."
Shop's
it's like
open.
like the angler fish that has a glowing. He's got a thing, and it glows. That's his lure.
Oh, it is?
Deep sea anglerfish. It's the ugliest fish in the world.
Bring him up.
I think it's called a deep sea angler. And he's got a little stick on his head with a glowing
Where is this
thing
dude?
on it.
And it's a wiener?
Yeah, he lures chicks.
Oh, yeah. Huh?
That's actually the woman. So what happens is crazy. What's fascinating, I just saw this the other night on a show. That fish floats around with that thing on her head.
Look upwards.
And the dude is really small. The dude is like the size of like.
Ah, there he is.
And the dude sees that and also gets the smell. She puts a smell in the water.
Yeah, I need him
he
to drop
follows her
down.
and he sees the light. And these folks live in total darkness. They can't see that. They're so below the surface. There's no light.
And they're still coming down there?
They're still down there having a fun. Yeah.
God,
so she floats around just like this with those fucked up eyes in the dark. And this dude sees when he sees that glow,
gesture
like
to call him down.
darkness, and then he sees that glow and he's like, "Pussy, like pussy." And
Sure,
the
there's one
odds are
around here.
so low for him, because if he's not a fucking great swimmer, he sees the glow, but then he watches it fade and he's fucked and he dies.
I'll come back to that.
But the best of the anglerfish, this is how they select. He can get to it, and he smells. He uses the smell and the light, and then he latches himself. He's got teeth that latch onto her belly, and he keeps biting and biting, and she fights him
Like
because
Marv
she only
Albert.
wants the best. Yes, exactly like Marv Albert biting that ass. He didn't know what he really was, And then he finally latches on, and then his face becomes part of her belly, and they fuse.
What?
And then he's fused to her by the mouth for the rest of his life.
And where's this happening, in Vegas?
I mean, you could get anything in Vegas.
No, that's
But then her
Jesus.
bloodstream is feeding him.
No.
And she eats, she does life,
And it goes into him.
and he just sits there and comes. He just constantly comes out of his mouth into her belly and gets food back, and he's done. He's like, "I don't need a fucking thing." This is like the ultimate fucking that kind of guy who finds a woman and he just latches on. And they need that lifelong connection because it's so hard to find each other.
Because of the darkness.
Yeah, so she can't keep looking for new guys. So this is it for them.
God, dude.
Yeah.
That's honestly one of the most romantic things I've ever
It is.
heard
It's
in
kind
a
of
weird
beautiful,
way.
right? But
Yeah.
it's that glow. So I don't remember. Yeah. So everybody's got you got whatever your glow is. You figure out this is my thing.
And you put it out in the world, whatever it is.
No, and laughing, making girls laugh is. I remember being at some party in high school, with kids. I always felt like everybody was cooler than me, but these were dudes that were like with girls, and everybody was cool, and I was just I was starting to do drugs, and I was starting to get cynical and not like stuff, and I was starting to get kind of crabby about life,
Which has worked out well for you.
It has.
Yeah.
And so these girls, really cute girls, were with these guys, and they're all being dudes. They're like wearing shirts that show off their shoulders, and they're tan dudes.
And their shoes fit.
Yeah, perfectly.
Perfectly.
And they're starting to get a little sensual, like, you know, getting into, like, their haircuts are a little 80s and stuff. And they're all talking. One of them said something like, I don't remember the words, but he said something like this, like impressive.
Yeah.
And I said, like, something like this, like, fuck you. Like, yeah, whatever, buddy. But I said it well, and the two girls died laughing. Like, they had tears. They were like, oh my God, because I just destroyed the dude that they kind of wanted.
Yeah, Bryce.
Yes, Bryce. Fuck it. And Bryce looked at me like, what just happened? No, none of the dudes understood what just happened.
Yeah, who's this wizard?
Yeah, and I was they were all sitting in a circle.
Who's this wizard?
And I remember looking down at these girls and going, I have a fucking power that none of these guys have. Like, I just made them come.
Wow.
And there's no way you guys have made these girls come yet. Everybody's like 17, you know.
Yeah.
But there is that feeling when you're on stage, you see like a guy and a girl, and the girl's just crumpled, and you're like, I'm fucking your girlfriend right in front of you.
Yeah. It is. That's a win.
Yeah.
That's a win. Yeah, it's like you have to get seen somehow. You have to get. I'm trying to think of. I would do it. I got people to laugh because I didn't trust the world very much, and so I knew if people were laughing that they couldn't not like me and be laughing at the same time.
Huh.
It was like this moment of solace, like.
Yes, it feels. I recognize that feeling. Yeah.
It's like I could take a moment.
Yeah.
I want to talk about your movie. I want to talk about your show from last night. I have to pee really fast.
Yeah, I'll pee too if you're gonna
Let's
pee.
do it. Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, the show was awesome, man.
Oh, last night you came to my show.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
Man,
Thanks.
it is. Yeah, you are a. I mean, it is. I felt like I left out of there with like shit on my shoes, kind of, but it was your shit.
I didn't mean to shit on your shoes. It's not the goal.
I know you didn't.
But that's what happens with fellow comedians.
Yeah.
I know what you mean.
I-
How long you been doing it now?
I've been doing it maybe 18 years, I think.
Oh, that's not very long at all.
Does it feel? Is that true when you say that?
Yeah, that's a really short amount of time.
Yeah.
I mean, you got it all ahead of you.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel like that. I realize that I need to get out. Like, I love telling stories, so I love telling stories. And like Jerry Clower is like my favorite comedian. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but he was like, he's one of the best-selling comedians ever, like of like albums and stuff. But he was like the southern. He was like this kind of southern storyteller. But I love that kind of stuff. But that's him right there.
Yeah, I know that face. Yeah.
So he but yeah, I walked out of it. I was like, Jesus Christ, who am I anymore? This is what I felt like walking out of your show. Like, are my beliefs intact? I remember even going like this when I walked out. Yeah. What gives you a kick when you're up there? Like, do you find, like, is it still the humor that gives you the kick? Is it an uncomfortability? Is it like a control? Do you have any sense of that kind of?
I think it's a lot of things all at once. That's probably why I like it, because there's a shitload of things firing at the same time. You know, it's a lot, but I'm in control of it. And in the ways that I'm not are exciting. It's like sailing in a way. It's like I know how to do all this stuff, but I'm still, you know, the wind's still coming in like, and I'm like, and I'm healing a little, and I'm like, I don't know, guys. But I've also got that veteran kind of, I've seen this, I know how this goes. And the, you know, some shows are more fun than others. The night before, I shot this last night for a special.
That's right. And that's coming out when?
Like probably February, but I'm doing the Madison Square Garden at the end of this month.
Okay.
On January 20th, and I'm live streaming that show on my website.
And people will be able to buy it there. Buy a ticket.
Yes, they'll be able to buy the show and watch it for like 10 days. Then I'm taking it down. I just want to share that night.
Wow.
Because I used to play the Garden all the time. I haven't been there in years, and I don't want to return to that. I don't want to be an arena comic. I don't like the kind of pro circuit thing anymore. I just want to do stand-up because I love it. But I got back there, and we sold it out. I'm doing it in the round. I'm standing in the center. And so I want to just do it that one night so I can really appreciate it for what it is. Because when I used to do it a lot, it was like I just take the subway and do the garden. And there's a sadness that I didn't see how great that was, and now I understand how great it was to have that opportunity. So coming back there, I'm calling that special Back to the Garden, and so folks can live stream it, watch it during the show.
Wow.
And then I'll leave it up for like 10 days just to stream, but then it'll come down and go away. What I shot last night it'll be the same material, but that's the special for this year.
And
It's
that'll
like
go on
the
your
album.
website.
That'll go on the website for $10. Yeah. So,
Dude, yeah, I would anybody I think I would maybe watch it again. And that's insane for somebody to say these days to watch anything again.
Yeah.
But cuz there's so many things, it's like it really is just so many levels of what's going on, you know.
I worked hard on this show but so the night before we did 2 nights because when you do a
Right.
special, so I did Saturday night, and that was fucking cream puff. That was just like being massaged. It just felt so good. Like I just felt like it was easy, and I'm just like I'm on this one. I'm like a kind of surfer who touches the water wall while he's in there.
Oh,
you know what I mean? Like
yeah.
not the guy who's like this, but the guy who's like he's just doing this on the while he's in the tube. You know?
Yeah. Oh,
he's
yeah.
kind of like caressing, just touching the nipple of the ocean. You know? Like that's what Saturday night felt like, and everything was just. I didn't have to think about anything, and it was the perfect thing for me. Is when I'm really feeling the things I'm saying.
100%.
I'm not in my head about how's this show going, what comes next, how do I say this, is the pace good? I'm really thinking like, here's what I feel about Jesus, like, and I really feel it, and it just was sublime and great. And last night was not as easy, like, and coming off of that was hard.
That's hard too because
Yes.
you can't replicate you can't cheat your brain to know that you weren't on that.
No, you can't.
On that high.
You can't, and you have to. I mean, it all comes with experience. So some early times in my life, a great show could ruin a bad show, because the bad one I just go, where are you? What happened? But once you know, like to me, it's like the show's going to be as good no matter what. I'm going to get the same outcome every single show. The difference is going to be how do I have to work for it? You know, how hard do I? So last night it was like, all right, you fucks. And I had to really I felt like I had to really try harder.
Uh-huh.
And probably when I edit it, the second show will probably be the better show for watching. Because it's not fun to watch a comedian be like, hey, man, this is great. It's not the comfort of a comedian is not funny.
Yeah, it's watching the guy test the water to see if it's cold. It's not as much the guy sitting in the hot tub.
That's right. But the thing, I guess, one of the things I love is going places, because there's some places where you know the laughs are. There's some places we know everybody laughs at.
Mm-hmm.
And it's fun to say those things and be good at them and get the laughs that you knew were coming. But I like taking people places where they don't even like to think about it. They don't even like to, let alone talk about it, or let alone hear about it in a show.
No.
But I know what's gonna come. I know it's gonna be okay. So I'm okay with it's. There's great power as a comedian in being okay with uncomfortable feelings, with being okay with that. You just brought something up and they're like, "Fuck," and that it got tight in there, and to know that tightness is useful, and that there's a place to take that.
Oh.
And then when they start to calm down a little bit, they're like, "I don't even know where I am now. This is a weird." You see it in their faces, like I've never laughed at this before. And so now I'm in a new place in my mind. That's, I think, a very powerful thing about comedy.
Yeah.
Because it's an opportunity to say stuff that's not appropriate, that's not... All of comedy is on some level of saying something you shouldn't have said. It's either you're saying something because it's too private, like it's too... You're oversharing, or, which people love, that you're just I'm going to tell you this fucked up... You do that a lot. Just like, I'm going to tell you something really personal.
Yeah, you need to know it.
So you shouldn't have said that. Because usually in a real regular conversation or in politics or whatever, you don't say things like that. The other you shouldn't have said is because it's so stupid. Just a stupid thing. Everybody knows that's not true. What are you saying?
Yeah.
The other one is, that's fucking crazy. That's crazy. That doesn't make any sense. These are all different kinds of humor, but they're all based in saying something you shouldn't have said. And then the other one is like, man, that's not cool. That's not cool to say that. Nobody likes that. That makes people mad. And then there's just like, that's wrong. That's morally wrong to say that.
Yeah.
And all of those things, if you can take people to those places, which are all fear places, fear of intimacy, fear of the insane, which is like an interesting kind of fear, fear of the of truth or fiction, and fear of castigation by the masses, and fear of morality, of badness. If you can take people to those places and make them laugh, make them happy to be there, make them feel like this is okay, then suddenly they're there safely, and that's expanding where you're willing to go with your mind, because this is a cage, and it keeps you from seeing life. There's so much to life outside of what you're supposed to be thinking about. That's a narrow trip, man, so either way, the trip life is short.
Right.
So if you could do short narrow, or you can do short broad. I mean, it's a little highfalutin, but it's how I feel about it.
No,
It's honestly how I feel about doing stand-up.
it makes sense hearing you say that and watching you.
And sometimes also it's just joke. It's just I love the mechanics of jokes.
Yeah.
I love, like, I just got a new fucking joke.
Oh, there's
You know?
nothing better, dude. It's literally like pulling something out of your ass and getting
Yeah.
everybody to smell it, and they like
Yes,
it.
and they like it, and now you're like, I have this.
Yeah.
I always think of it as going healed, like in the Old West. Like once I have a set, like after I put this special out, I'll be fucking naked again. I'll have nothing.
Yeah.
But when you go back to the club and start getting, then you get a set together and you put the gun belt on. Like, I can go anywhere now. There is a power rush to it, I think, also, and it makes me feel proud of myself. Like, I used to think, for some comedians, it's about love. It's about feeling accepted and loved. But for me, it's not that really, because I feel weird about that. I feel weird when I feel like when people stand up or they show a lot of adulation. I don't know what to do. Like, it's not comfortable. It doesn't make sense. That doesn't feel human.
Oh, that's interesting. I can relate to that. Yeah.
What I feel that's the big thing up there is, like, I'm good at this. I'm nailing this. I'm making them happy. Everybody's happy. The show's good. That's just, I mean, that's very
So you're
satisfying.
making something good.
Yeah, it's very satisfying, and I get better and better at it. I tried something I didn't think would work, like when I keep notes in the beginning of when I'm starting to build a set, there's always a section that's like long shots,
Damn.
stuff that's never gonna
You
work.
have long shots? Jesus.
I mean, the thing is, those long shots, like things that when I first did them, the bottom would feel like, oh, the crowd's like, no, and I'm like, this one's gonna be hard. But every long shot I ever did ended up being the big bits.
Wow.
Those end up being the solid, killer, never fails, the memorable, great bits.
Yeah.
The bits that I'd start with that were like, that's a slam dunk, that's a slam. They start fading as the set gets more mature.
Because you don't love them as much.
No.
I mean, you like them.
Yeah, they're whores.
But they're not fucking wedding
they're
rings.
fucking whores.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you're all right, but
Yeah.
come over if I don't get anybody else.
Yeah.
You know.
Wow, dude. Yeah, I can totally understand that. I can see how, it's interesting that it's not about the affection. It's about creating something that makes you feel pride in yourself.
Yeah, it's pride in yourself. I mean, it's a little more self-love than it is love from them.
Yeah.
I guess.
But that's okay. That's what we need, I mean, we're all just trying to, like, find some way to, to feel okay. Yeah, I noticed. I just started telling more jokes, like talking more about Jews and stuff in my set a little bit, like, because I've always just been afraid. Because in LA, you can't even say the word.
Right.
It feels like you
Yeah.
just feel scared.
Yeah,
but
I got
didn't.
scared just now when you said it.
Yeah, I just didn't have any Jewish people by us growing up. So to me, it's just like. But
Yeah.
my Jewish friends are like, dude, this fucking shit is great. It's like,
Yeah.
but for so long, I was just so scared to even.
Well, here's why your Jewish friends like it, because they never hear it. And the thing is, the best way for people to get to know each other is to hear the voice of somebody who finds they're alienated from a group and talking about them. Like I remember years ago, Tracy Morgan, and I don't want to like get him in trouble, whatever.
He'll find a way.
Yeah, let's see. He did a joke about if his son was gay, and he said, "I'm gonna love him if my son is gay. I'm gonna love him like any father loves any son. But if he comes in the room and is like, 'Hey, Daddy,' I'm gonna stab that little in the throat." Oh, now I just caused 70 problems. But the bit was so brutal, and he was like an early version of like, you can't say that, and he had to go to like homeless gay centers and listen to people that were suffering, and he had to go on a big apology tour. Wow. and they shut him down, and I thought that was a shame, because there's such an opportunity in that. He's telling you what it's like to be him where he's from, and by the way, he's describing a conflict. I'm going to love my son, but I don't know how I'm going to handle him acting effeminate because my community doesn't honor that, and they think that is weakness. And yet I'm working and living in Hollywood, where he's probably met gay people who he looks up to now. So that's why he's got a conflict now.
Totally.
So the way he dealt with the conflict is with comedy, by punching through it with a funny, brutal phrase. And there's so much to that. There's so much to be learned from that. And for it'll help people on both sides. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's fun to watch people that don't know a group talk about that group.
Yeah, because
that's
how you
how
learn.
You see
right,
yeah,
that's how you see
him, huh?
Yeah.
You go, yeah, man, that's how I see him. I mean, that's where I came from. It's exotic.
Yeah. That's the joy of everything. That's what gives me any fucking excitement in the world. Like I love thinking. Like I grew up in a black-white environment, so I love thinking about race and how it interacts, and just the surprises, and I love that kind of shit. It's what even made me want to get people to laugh sometimes. Was if you could get black and white people to laugh, it was like
that's
you
the
were
best feeling in the
fucking
world.
Elizabeth Taylor, dude. Like you were.
That is the
doing
best feeling.
Good.
No, and you need more of both for it to work. Like if there's one black guy in the room, nobody white will laugh at a race joke.
Yeah.
But if there's 50 black people in the room, they'll laugh, and then everybody's laughing.
Yeah.
Because
you got to bring 49 other black people yourself.
You need it for when I worked at well, that's not a worthwhile story. But
at least you know that. See, that's the power of the experience right there.
Yeah. Let's cut bait with that one. That's not worth it. But I got to tell you something, because like last night, so you know the feeling when you do I don't know what level you work at with stand up. Like what's a room you would work around here? Not like, do you do theaters and stuff?
Theaters, yeah.
Okay.
So, but the Comedy Store. But I mean, yeah, like I'll do a couple 1,000-seat venue probably.
Okay. So when you do a big show that's like a concert, right? It leaves me feeling this very dry feeling. Like there's adrenaline in my system, which is uncomfortable. But also now I'm alone. Like suddenly you're backstage, you're alone.
Yeah, it's very strange.
Yeah, they're all couples. I mean, some guys travel with an entourage, people that keep them warm. I don't do that.
Yeah.
So I have opening acts, but everybody's off in couples and groups having fun.
All right, let's do it, buddy.
So I'm always left with this fucking. And last night I felt it a lot because I had to put a lot of pressure on last night's show because I needed to clean up anything I didn't do right night one, and it's for the special, you know.
Right.
So I was cranky and tired and exhausted. And I went back to the hotel. I felt like shit. And I thought, well, I'm doing this guy's podcast. I don't really know your work.
Yeah.
Like I know who you are. I just automatically respect that you're successful because I know how hard comedy is. But I thought, I don't know, I should hear his voice, you know. I should hear it. So I'm kind of ready for bed. I don't want to do anything, but I put my phone on iTunes. I found one of your albums. It's like a picture of your face as a kid, and what the fuck is it called?
Oh yeah.
I want to say what it is because.
What is this? Where Zach can help?
This is.
Wait, Musket Fire.
Musket Fire. So I put on Musket Fire as I'm kind of getting ready for bed, and Jesus Christ, I mean, I was looking for something to, like, maybe I could pay him a compliment on something, like, you know what I mean? Like, I just want to be respectful and know who he is. And I was laughing so fucking hard. I was just out. I don't know how long it's been since a comedian has done that to me. I was just laughing my ass off. It's also a really good album. Like, it sounds good. And I don't know if this is what years this stuff is from.
It's probably from a few years back.
Yeah, you're like hungry. You're like a hungry comic, but you're so. I mean, I'm just looking at the track list so I can remember the bits. The thing, I mean, where where the title comes from, where you said about your father being 70.
Oh yeah.
And that you were the only sperm.
Yeah.
And that you had to like shut the window. You had to close up the nuts.
Yeah.
And then you pass to like a skeleton sperm, and you have to sweep up
the floors. Yeah.
Oh my God, it was so fucking funny. And then this story about Brad Pitt. I mean, you have a shitload of weapons.
Oh, yeah.
Run into the
You
things.
have like I think of comedians as pitchers sometimes. Like some guys have a fastball.
Yeah.
Some guys are closers, so they just come with heat, you know. And other guys they can protect their fastball with off-speed stuff. You know what I mean? I mean, you have long stories that you tell that are dizzying. I don't know how you come up with. It's like, and every story has. It's like a Christmas tree with so many ornaments.
Oh, thanks.
But
man.
then also when you're just doing straight ahead observation about life and sex and whatever, just talking generally, which is two things for comics, is speaking about their experience and their feelings and their experience is one thing, but then the other one is like, here's how I see the world, and you do both with like a it's strong as fuck. I mean,
thanks, man.
I listened to the other album, the hamsters in the bag.
Oh yeah.
You called it Louisiana Ivory or something like that, right?
Oh yeah, the Ivory of Arkansas,
Ivory
dude.
of Arkansas.
Yeah, because they busted a guy with hamster bones in our town.
Yeah, and you figured out it must have been like 2,000 hamsters or something.
We had to have a lot.
And this story where you're in bathing suits with your friend, we're in wet bathing suits surrounding a bunch of monkeys in a Wendy's parking lot, which is a poem of a sentence. Is there any truth to that story? Did that really happen?
High praise in it, yeah, man.
Our town was.
He's fucking. He's a huge. He's a huge fan.
Sure.
It'll probably be one of the best compliments I ever get.
Well, it was.
Yeah, that's a pretty damn good compliment.
I've never heard this guy.
Yeah.
What fucking great.
Thank you. Well, it's crazy how we just don't get, some people you don't know about people.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, well, comedians are single. We're not even like tennis players that are one-on-one. We're just one.
Right.
We're like kings on the chessboard, you can't sit on the side by side squares.
Yeah, that's really interesting. You kind of just marvel from afar.
Yeah.
Which I think in a weird way is how I've always connected with people anyway, is just this space.
Yeah.
There needs to be this space, to have a connection. So getting even closer, even more vulnerable, even with comedy and stuff is a thing that's like, that's one thing I'm watching you. I'm like, Jesus Christ, what part of this dude is even talking? Like, how is this guy speaking from the bottom of a fucking wishing well of himself? Like, and it's like, I don't even know what part of me is listening to you. It's like, it's like a fucking violent baby that likes to fuck. And he's front row and he has no diaper on, dude.
Yeah.
But he's fucking right there, and I'm like, where has he been? I didn't know he was in me. And then I see couples watching you. Yeah. And I'm like, does Louis? I almost feel like he marvels at their ride home in the car.
Yeah, I do think about that.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
What do the groups say to each other? What do two guys say to each other? Because that's hard for people to talk about something like that after. I think they don't want to. They don't want to be the first to say they liked it or didn't like it.
Yeah.
Some people don't like me in my audience. I can see it.
Wow.
I see faces of people going like, "This isn't that cool, man." And they came. I appreciate that they came. Like I used to think, like, why the fuck are you here then? Well, because if you need to look at a bunch of faces just loving you, but it's interesting to look at people that are just like, and it's interesting to me that they came. They came to see what
goes to something that they don't want to. It's like going to a fire, but being like kind of like.
Yeah, people do. People like to. They want to see. I think that's different about comedy than music.
Wow.
Music, you're a fan. Otherwise, you don't waste your time. But when a comedian gets bigger, I think there are people who are like, well, I want to find out. I don't like him, or I don't like what I've heard.
Yeah.
And there's also people that I used to have it more, but you see that there's people who just came because you're a name.
Right.
And they really didn't pay attention. And some of those people are horrified, I mean, at the height of my career, I could see people leave because they're like, I didn't know he was going to talk about any of this shit. And it was weird because the build up to it is just only people who loved what I did. When you get at the first stage of getting notoriety is only devoted fans who love what you do telling their friends. And that grows exponentially, but it's still people, they only tell a friend they know will like it. So you have just a perfect crowd for a while.
Oh, yeah.
But then if you get more popular, people start coming because they heard about you. You start being more accidentally noticed.
Yeah, people want to yell. Sometimes people just want to come and yell something.
Yeah, they just want
to
be at a thing. So you're starting to get more kind of like casual fans, and they're not fun. They're not into it.
Yeah.
And it starts getting, you feel the weight. It starts getting heavy. The whole thing gets a little waterlogged. I think it happens to every comedian. I think, and there's a few years of my career where I felt like I was starting to get a little shitty because I was losing my bearings,
It's fascinating, man.
Yeah.
It really is. It's interesting to hear because I've had experiences where it's like you get so many fans, and podcasting helped create that.
Yeah.
And this other alternative world, like because you had one thing that you'll be able to say for yourself, I think, even as a human, by the time you get to the end of your life, is you've gotten to have almost every experience.
You think so?
I think so. You've gotten to have a lot of them. Did you?
What do you mean?
I mean, I don't know about all your experiences, but you've gotten to have success. You've had success like in the mainstream version,
yes,
and then this other version. And I don't want. And I'm paraphrasing myself because I don't know exactly what I'm saying, but this other version of success, like kind of in this alternative, in this, do it straight to your fans, straight to consumer. The movie, the 4th of July, like. Dude, unbelievable. I was sitting there sending Joe List messages like, dude, you are so fucking good.
He's good, right?
Oh, and it just captures who he is so much.
Yeah.
It's like, how do we get this special piece of Joe that's like, just so like perfect.
Easy clap.
That was the exercise,
I mean, it was awesome. It made me inspire. I can't believe you guys nailed the ability to capture everyone.
How much different is it playing like,
4th of July
this fourth time playing through?
But
compare that like the first time you've played the game.
But what has that been
it's
like?
It's crazy how much better you get.
Is very glitzy and glamoury, and it's like a lot of us chose podcasting.
Like, it took me
there wasn't that opportunity
ages the first time.
So this alternative universe kind of was created. What has one been like and the other been like?
Well, I mean, I had first so many years of just struggling, like I started when I was just 18. I think the first time I ever did it, I was 17, but I started really trying at 18 in 1985. It's a long fucking time ago. It's 38 years now. Wow. But from 1985 and when I was 18 till I was, I was a Boston comedian for years, just trying and failing, and then I moved to New York and I started to get some sense of power, and I tried writing for TV as a way to make a living because I just wasn't.
It's good when you can use like the RL1 strats as well.
It wasn't really till I was
like when they're like doing this, you can go quickly run up there or.
That's like a whole other.
Right. People kind of forget about that.
So
I wasn't trying to discredit you.
No,
that you hadn't put
I don't
your time
feel
in.
that at all.
Okay.
No, but after that, then I had this big. And the biggest part,
like you said before, I did my RL1. Like you end up knowing the bosses so well,
and they
like way deeper than if you just played it once or twice.
I would put a show on sale and it would sell out in a minute, and
so good.
And there wasn't a room in the world, like there wasn't an indoor space in the world I couldn't book. Like me and my agent would talk about where do you want to play. Like let's go to London, Royal Albert Hall if you feel like it, Wembley Arena.
Yeah.
Just any place.
Stonehenge.
Yeah, fucking Madison Square Garden, weird amphitheaters in Athens.
Mr. McGregor's
Greece.
Garden, fucking anywhere.
Anywhere.
Yeah.
It was crazy. Like I remember I would talk to at one point about playing Central Park, like Simon and Garfunkel did. Like it was crazy. And then the TV thing, I mean, I had that show and it hit, but it wasn't like Friends or something. It wasn't like, you know what I mean? It wasn't a network show with a huge reach.
Ooh, yeah, I think I'll need that.
Low ratings, my show. It got a lot of press and awards and stuff, and not even as many awards as other shows. It wasn't like
Longsword
or something.
Right.
But I loved the work. I was getting to do the show exactly the way I wanted. So I had huge fulfillment that way. And yeah, it was weird.
I don't really like
the
striking
awards, and I was at awards shows and stuff like that, and I would meet somebody like Brad Pitt, and he'd be like, "Oh, dude," and that kind of strange feelings, and
I'm sure, and your ego has to build even if you don't know it. The ego's so weird.
That's right. That's the thing that you got to be careful of. You don't know what your ego is doing. Success is very dangerous because there's no warning signs on it. There's nothing cautionary about it in the experience. You just believe in it. You're just like, this is all happening because I'm good at this and because it's my time and here we go. And anything good that happens, you go, sure, I'll do that too.
Yeah.
And you just keep letting it load on, and you don't think about, like, you ever seen the American Gangster? It's Denzel Washington. And,
yes.
There's that you're watching him quietly build this huge empire, and then it's when he goes out in the white fur coat to the fight. He goes to a boxing match in a white fur coat, and then the head cop, the Russell Crowe, goes, "Who's that guy?" And he's not aware that somebody has just gone, "Wait a minute, who's the guy in the white fur. So when you're like big, getting bigger and bigger, somebody out there is going like, what's going on with that guy? That guy's flying awfully high, and you just don't, you're not aware of that. You just go, this just keeps being good. I'll do next year. I'll do 10 shows at the Garden. I mean, where does that go? Where do you think that's going? Like now, I look at it like, where do you think that's headed? Like it just can't. Things that expand explode. It's just the way
It
it
can't.
goes.
Yeah, it's unsustainable for most artists in the world. I mean, every comedian that's even gotten that big. There's been some comeback to earth moment.
Everybody who gets that big, has whatever their vulnerability is, whatever their thing is, their Achilles heel. It's gonna get hit.
Yeah,
because the world tests you, and it's also just more interesting to watch somebody go down. It's just part of life. Life is a zero-sum game, you know.
Yeah, I
so,
agree.
but having done stuff like hosting Saturday Night Live, like a bunch of times, like that wasn't in my sights. Like I didn't think these things would happen to me. I had completely.
Did you really not?
I completely had given up on those things happening to me.
And
I knew,
just admitted to being a writer, you think?
Yeah, I thought I'll never stop doing stand-up. I thought because I love it. It's the thing I love. But I can write. I'm a good writer. I tried making films early, and they crashed and burned. So I'm like, I'm not going to be a film director either. Those are the big dreams, like direct movies, be a comedian. I'm going to do comedy, but no one's ever going to love it. And I'll go down for whatever. I was maybe pulling in a few hundred people a night down, and it'll just diminish. And someday I'll have to give it up. And I'll write, and that'll be okay. I'll make other people famous, make Chris Rock famous, make Conan, help other guys get there. And there's joy in that. I love Chris.
He was my favorite growing up.
Yeah, he astonished me when he came back to stand up after SNL, and inspired me a lot. And he's one of the best friends I've ever had. And he was great. He was just my boss. I just loved him. He was the greatest guy. He used to say, like, I'm not. It's not about me. We're all, because he hired writers that were all really good, and he said, we're all the Yankees. I'm in the cleanup spot, but I'm just the guy who has this one role. But you're all, you made us feel like we're all part of it.
Right.
So I liked that work, but I had really decided, and I had a kid, and I was like, this is not. It's never gonna happen for me. And then something changed, because when I went on stage, I just didn't.
Oops.
I didn't care anymore about my
Done
career.
single hand.
So I was real cranky, and I was starting to really went through a new cranky phase. I was a tired father, and I started talking about that, and then things.
You know, as soon as like you've just rolled in the wrong spot, you're like,
oh
yeah,
no,
that's
really,
gonna just swing and hit me right in the face.
FX,
I can see it coming.
They paid me the minimum. I got paid, scale.
Yeah.
And the show had the smallest budget of any show on television. But the point was, and it was on FX, which was nowhere at the time. I mean, they had a few cool shows.
Yeah, but people didn't know about it.
No, so I thought, I'm going to do a show, and I'm going to love it. And it's never going to take off. It's just going to be a little show. My friend Laura Keitlinger had done this show called The Adventures of Jackie something. And Laura's one of the funniest people I knew. And she did a nice season on like AMC, and I thought that's what I'm going to do. One season of this weird little show, and then I'll go back to then I'll get another writing job. That's what I figured. I had no fucking, and then we're like,
it's pretty good.
On the big lists, and then we got Emmy. I was totally shocked.
Thought I would have stunned him.
But then after a few years, I'm like, yeah, this is, it's like if you play blackjack, you start winning, you get stupid right away. You're like, it's because I'm good at blackjack.
Yeah.
Because I know what I'm doing.
You might be able to parry that.
And then then you're busting every hand. You're like, no, I'm a fucking asshole. So yeah, I was in a place where I thought like, this is happening because I know what I'm doing now and because I'm earning it. But a lot of it is just so weird. You caught a wave. It was good timing.
Yeah, it's interesting how some comedians don't even get the time. It's like what their funny is in their lifespan. It just doesn't match with the wave of like where society is sometimes.
That's right. There's some people that are incredible, but they weren't that at the right time. That's one of the biggest challenges in comedy is just staying good when nobody's paying attention and continuing to progress, because it's like this searchlight that maybe finds you sometimes, and if every time it finds you, you're getting better and better, then somebody in the world will start to go, this guy is a good bet. They'll start putting money on you.
Yeah.
But anyway, then when I started to pull in when it became like total like just nothing fails.
Hysteria. Yeah.
On the road, because stand-up was always the most important thing, I thought an interesting way to leverage this would be to make a connection with the fans through this website because I could have started taking huge checks from big promoting companies, you know, just those. There are tours where they just give you the money first.
Right. It's like here's $7 million or whatever.
Yeah, and then
whatever.
we're gonna charge your fans $600 a ticket.
Right.
You know, we're gonna sell, and then we're gonna sell those tickets to
not
our
really
own
working.
reseller. You know, and we're gonna
dirty,
make money
isn't it?
that way. And we're gonna give you. They can do stuff like we'll give you a jet. Verizon's paying for the jet, and now you have a Verizon sign above your. You know, you have sponsorships on the tour, and then they load on other comedians that they owe money to that they're trying to burn off the money, and you're doing rooms that are just awful that they own. You know, it's just, but it's $7 million. Here you go. That's what you get for your 30-year climb. That's you know.
Right.
But to me, it was more interesting to go because I was interested in like Ticketmaster has all the emails. They know those are the Glengarry leads they have. But if I make a website and
Glengarry
sell
leads.
directly to people, and I think about how I don't like buying stuff when they ask me for my email, I don't like.
Yeah, I hate it.
I don't like belonging to stuff. I don't like joining.
Right. I don't want to do that to my fans either.
No, so we just make it that you just pay the $5, and $5 was this like crisp little number, and then you have it. And I don't care if you fucking share it. Don't be a dick and make money on it. But I don't give a shit that much. It's not gonna ruin my life if other people share my products.
Right.
And at the time, this idea of protecting your product was getting bigger because digital was new, you know. And then I got your email, and if you want to give me your email, you have to give it to me. Like we made it hard to get on the list. So I got this little list that started growing. And it
Let
just-
me stun
that
you,
saved my
you
life, 'cause
dick.
I still have that list is getting bigger and bigger, but that's who I go to now.
Has that been? Do you find more? Do you miss the notoriety of?
Not even a little bit.
Interesting.
Not even a slightest.
And that's true.
That's 100% true. I don't miss it. I don't. The thing I just do. I mean, I've been touring for 3 years.
Right.
In
Yeah.
theaters
No.
all over the world and big places.
A lot of my friends have been working with you on and off over the years, and I know that for sure. But yeah, I guess I was wondering, do you miss that Hollywood style kind of notoriety? Because that's the things that podcasters always miss a little bit. They're not like in this.
It's so funny to me too, because like I have friends like Shane is a buddy of mine, Shane Gillis, and he's got he puts sketches on YouTube, and hundreds of thousands of people watch them, and people worship Shane, and he sells out big places, and he's having a great time. And he's like, I'll never get on television. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what is your problem?
Yeah.
It's like a guy who invented the telegraph, and he's like, they'll never let me on the Pony Express. It's like, you just killed the Pony Express. What the fuck are you worried about? This has so much more power. That shit is dead. And it's still, you know, you think about, I grew up thinking about the Tonight Show.
Oh, that's what everybody thinks about.
There's
Johnny
not, if
Carson,
you could do Jimmy Kimmel every night for 6 weeks and kill, and you ain't going to sell one ticket off that. Nobody's watching comedians, and they don't even know where to find you.
No.
This shit, it spreads. It's on it's all over it's crazy. You have the same bandwidth as NBC, ABC, or any of them.
Yeah.
But the difference is you got something. People are never, your fans you have from doing this, they're never going to let you go. You're going to stay with you.
Yeah.
So
that's a blessing.
It is, and when you can go to direct, it's just, I do stand up now, and people come, and we have a great time, and they pay me. And what the fuck else could I possibly want? These are people I care about. They went out of their homes.
I know.
Fucking got a babysitter and parked somewhere, and then sat politely in a fucking seat with strangers and listened to me, and gave me a shit ton of money. I mean, when I went back to clubs first, I'm like, I'm in clubs again. Like, that's all. That's all I got. I thought that might hurt. I didn't know if I would feel like this. But when I first was like the St. Louis Funny Bone, I remember, you know, the soda thing is right next to you, going like feeding soda to the bar.
Oh yeah.
Like you're in a back room with just soda machines.
That was one of the last ones you could smoke in too.
Yeah, you could. It's still.
Oh, you can. Good.
Yeah,
They
I
had
think
that
you still
early
can.
smoking show.
And I was like, here I am. But I went on stage, and that place, you know, the crowd is just all
Right
around you, and it's hot. You feel a heat, like you could see kind of like steam coming off of them.
Oh yeah.
And it's a dump.
Yeah.
You feel like if you just pushed one of the walls hard enough, the whole club would fall down.
Yeah.
And and I had a fucking ball. I had such a good time, and it was hard work. I did like 2 Friday, 2 Saturday, like the old days. and then I got paid, and I'm for whatever I am, I can still get 80-90% of the door.
Yeah.
And 80-90% of the door of a comedy club after,
It's
Thursday
great.
through Saturday, that's crazy money. Now playing the Garden and then another arena the next night for 20 nights in a row is astronomically more, but I don't feel that money. I don't need, you know what I mean? That doesn't feel like more.
Right.
It's just like, yeah, that's a shit ton of money. It's all gone now because I'm stupid. And because I made movies with it, I make my own stuff with my own money now. But that fucking funny bone check, I was like, who needs more than that, man? That's and I'm with comedians I love. I'm choosing my openers. We're having fun together. And then I called enough money together to make that movie with Joe, and we don't get, I don't get written about. I'm not, when I made 2 specials over the last years. And
does that hurt?
No, it doesn't. It really doesn't, because a shit ton of people buy them on the site, and folks that want. I'm back to that place where, if you're watching me, it's because you really want to hear these jokes. It's not because you want to see what this means inside the culture, or you don't want to. You're not trying to clam on to act cool because you like me. It's just you're into the comedy.
Yeah.
If you're watching me, you're into the comedy. There's no other reason to do it, and I like that. And I have my friends in the industry and in my community. I have my real friends. I lost a lot, but now I have real friends, and I love them, and I love their success. Doing that with Joe was a big thing.
Oh, you son of a bitch!
His story.
Forgot he had a health potion.
So giving a movie to a young guy who I just thought was worthy, somebody should listen to this guy, and I don't think anybody else is going to make a movie for him. So that felt great, and it's a small movie. It's got a small scale, It's not like some whoa. It's just a fucking real story. So I got to do that, and it's inching towards making its money back. It's just it cost a lot because of the pandemic. It was expensive to shoot during the pandemic, but no, it's really good. It's and I don't know. You can have a life like that. You don't have to take every opportunity. I don't think that Hollywood notoriety, that membership of that club, it's not really good for you. I don't think it's cool. It's a fun trip. If you can make the trip, if you can get that big, go on the trip. If you can go on some red carpets, have fun. It's it's worth experiencing. If you can host Saturday Night Live, go fucking do it and make the most of it and do your best and try to be yourself. It's really everybody that has made it and had a real, like you're saying, at the end of life going, I did all this. It's could you stay yourself during it? Because if you're not yourself, if you change in order to stay in those places, 'cause that's the first thing they'll ask you to do.
Oh yeah, that's what I tried when I got to Los Angeles.
Then if you do that, then you're not the one experiencing it anymore. You're lost. It's not you. You became somebody else to do that, and then you start getting this weird feeling about that.
Yeah, that's so interesting. I've been a part of things where it's like I don't feel like this is me, and it's because I wasn't choosing it. It wasn't me choosing it. So then, of course, it's not going to be me that shows up to it every day.
No.
That's a fascinating note for anybody. And this could be a relationship, a job, anything you're in. If you're wondering why something doesn't feel right all the time or doesn't fit, or you're not showing up the same way that feels comfortable to you, it's because
actually I'm pretty
of that
tired.
very
Maybe
reason
I'll go
right
to
there.
sleep.
Yeah, because you kind of desire can come from a lot
Tell
of
you more
things.
tomorrow
It's not
anyway.
always internal. Sometimes it's like I've been told I want this, or this feels like this might get me out of where I am.
This seems like what I should be doing.
Yes. Or it might be a step that feels right to me. I've seen other people do that.
Yeah, it's nearly 5. Yeah, GG's, man. I'll be on during the Arvo all day tomorrow, so feel free to tune in whenever you want.
The thing you gotta ask yourself is,
I'll be on all day.
Am I being Theo when I take this step forward? Like, what would
Speak to
do?
Moz, bro.
Because,
Thanks for tuning in. Oops, display. Why is my display like this? Yeah. Okay. Alright, see you, dude. Take it easy.